Fox Sports.
We are Black Hawk. We are Fried Chicken.
It's time for Dodger Baseball. Live from Dodger Stadium, Prime Ticket presents the Dodgers as they take on the Angels. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant good evening to you, wherever you may be. I guess it's baseball's answer to push against shove. The Angels come in as the visiting team. They've won 9 straight on the road. The Dodgers at home are 21-9. However, they have struggled of late. Remember, they lost 4 in a row before going out on the road and having a successful road trip. The pitching tonight for the Dodgers, trying to keep it going, Chris Capuano. He is 5-0 at home with an earned run average of less than 1.5. For the year, he is 8-2. And Grant Richards 1-0 on the mound for the Angels. So pull up a chair. We got a dandy on the way, and we'll be coming back with it and a whole lot more right after this.
Angels and Dodgers, it's the Freeway Series, the Battle of LA. It's the first of 3. They're expecting at least 50,000 people at the stadium each night. Be at Dodger Stadium for the first ever Vin Scully, Sandy Koufax bobblehead nights, the Dodgers' most flexible ticket plan ever, the 10-game flex plan. Individual tickets for those games will not be sold to the general public, and the only way to guarantee your tickets is with a mini plan. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/mini plans. Come on out to center field. Welcome Jim Watson, Steve Lyons, and Kenny Lofton. You got 2 teams that are pretty hot right now. Dodgers have won 6 out of 7. The Angels have won 4 out of 5. The Dodgers continue to lead the National League West by 5 games, and the Angels are getting back in the race.
Yeah, I drew the short straw, so I have to talk about the Angels. But guess what? There's a lot of good things to talk about with this team right now. The Dodgers have not played well against them. They're 36 and 50 in interleague play. Angels have won 14 out of their last 18, and it's all because of the top of their lineup. Mike Trout has energized this ball club. He is legit. 20 years old, and since May 1st, he's hit 370s. That's not only the best on their team, that's the best in the American League. Pujols is back. I said it a long time ago that he'd hit 25 home runs when he had no home runs. He now has 9. That's second best on the team.
You know, the thing about the Dodgers, they left on the road trip 5 games up. They came back 5 games up. That's the beautiful thing. And the thing about it is, I always say, once you turn your head and look back, you go a little slower. So you look straight ahead and keep going. The Dodgers to look straight ahead and don't look back.
There's a lot of good things for Dodger fans to look forward tonight, starting with Chris Capuano, who's 5-0 at Dodger Stadium. Matt Kemp, well, he's not back yet, but he still looks good in Dodger blue.
You're not going to let me, are you?
Mike Scioscia, bobblehead night tomorrow night, and Donnie Ball game.
The votes are in. The Hyundai Elantra is the 2012 North American Car of the Year. By AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. By CarMax, start the search for your next car at CarMax. Start here. And by Dodge. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant Monday evening to you, wherever you may be. The Dodgers and the Angels all ready to go at Dodger Stadium. And a reminder, in tonight's game, we're participating in the Home Run Challenge. Every home run in this game raises $14,000 for prostate cancer research. And you can make a pledge by calling 800-798-CURE. That would be 2873. Or go online to www.pcf.org. Meanwhile, 2 hot ball clubs go head-to-head. Mike Scioscia's team, having just won 9 straight on the road, they've won 14 of their last 18 games. They piled up 21 runs in their last 2 games in Colorado, and they come here with a 3-game winning streak. Here's Mike's lineup. Mike Trout, the whiz in center at 20 years old, followed by Torrey Hunter in right, Albert Pujols at first, and Mark Trumbo in left field. Howie Kendrick will be at second base. Alberto Callaspo is at third. Eric Ibar, the shortstop. John Hester behind the plate, Garrett Richards on the mound. On the mound for the Dodgers, Chris Capuano with glistening credentials. He has won 5 straight at home without a defeat. His earned run average at home 1.3. On the road, he is 3-2, so you put it all together, and he has a record of 8-2. He has only faced the Angels briefly in his career, and he is 0-1. And a couple of things we'll be watching about Capuano, for instance, is how many hits he has allowed. He does not usually allow more than hits per innings pitched, and he's been brilliant for the Dodgers, keeping them 5 games in front of San Francisco. For the Dodgers, they're trying to snap a 4-game losing streak here at Dodger Stadium. They do have a great record at home, 21-9. So what you have is one team, the Angels, who's just been tearing it up on the road, coming to a ball club that has been extremely successful at home. It is not a series. In a sense, it turns out to be a collision. For the Angels, having dominated teams on the road and especially leaving Colorado in wreckage, they will come in here having beaten the Dodgers 9 of the last 12 meetings and 6 of the last 7 games played here at Dodger Stadium. The Angels have had 2 seasons already. By the middle of May, they were 15-21, 8 games behind Texas. Since then, they've won 17 out of 25. They have cut the Texas lead to 3. And they've scored 125 runs in their last 25 games. And here's one reason. 20 years old, Mike Trout, the right-hand hitting center fielder, takes a change in for a strike, and the count 0-1. In Colorado, Mike Trout collected 8 hits, scored 8 runs, stole 4 bases. Only 3 other players match that total in a road series as Mike fouls it back. Who are the other 3? Well, Frankie Frisch, the Fordham Flash with the Giants, Pee Wee Reese of the Dodgers, Ricky Henderson of the A's, and now at 20 years old, Mike Trout. He'll be 21 the 7th of August. 0-2 the count. Capuano into the windup. Left-hander's next one is swung on and missed, and down goes Trout. So Mike chasing a pitch up and away, 1 out. Here are the Dodgers with the leather. Abreu, Gwynn, and Ethier in the outfield. Herrera, Gordon, Hairston, and Loney on the infield. And the battery of Ellis and Capuano. So 1 away, and the batter now will be Torrey Hunter. Both Trout and Hunter combined are just the 2nd and 3rd Angel players ever to do what they did in Colorado as Torrey fouls it back. Hunter at the plate and Trout in the dugout. They at least had 8 hits and 8 runs. Only the 2nd pair of teammates since 1921 to destroy a team as they did against Colorado. Torrey hits a shot up the middle for a base hit into center field. So Torrey Hunter at 36, coming off a huge series in Colorado. The only thing that got him down in Denver was the altitude. Now with the base hit, that will bring up Albert Pujols. For anyone in the National League who had watched Albert Pujols for all of his great years in St. Louis, there was never a doubt that he would hit. I mean, he was with the Cardinals for 12 years. Actually coming up at the end of 2000 and moving at the end of last year. It has taken him a while, but he's back on the beam. Throw to first, and Hunter back on the bag. Torrey Hunter 2 for 2 in stolen bases. Albert Pujols playing first tonight. Sometime during the series, you would expect that Albert would play 3rd and Kendry Morales will play first. Pujols waiting. Capuano throws over there. For Pujols, he does not need any introduction to Chris Capuano. He is hitting .545 against the left-hander. That means 18 hits, 5 home runs. So handle with care for Capuano, and then Mark Trumbo on deck. The pitch to Pujols on the outside corner at the knees for a strike, and the count 0-1. Back in the month of April, Pujols hit .217, no home runs, 4 runs batted in. On the 20th of May, he was hitting .211. The last 18 games, he has hit .354 with 6 home runs and 18 runs batted in. So it is the Pujols of old who has never really left. It just took him a little extra to warm up. In his career with the Cardinals, he hit 8 home runs here at Dodger Stadium. He had 1 also in the 2004 playoffs. Fouls the pitch back, and the count 0-2. Among active players, without a doubt, he is number 1 in intentional walks. And during the season and during this series now, he needs only 3 more total bases to have 4,000 in his career. So the count is 0-2. You know, he's hit 18 home runs on a no-ball, 2-strike count. Let's see what happens now. Capuano looks at Hunter, and the strike 2 pitch. Albert swings, and it's a base hit into left field. And it's the theme song of 2012, and I guess I've been singing it really since opening day. This is the year of the base hit or the home run on a no-ball, 2-strike count. It's amazing. And especially if you are old school, you just can't believe it. So Pujols straightens out an 0-2 pitch into left field. Capuano now has allowed 2 hits with 1 out. And the batter is Mark Trumbo. I remember years ago, way back about 1961, there were 2 Thomas boys, Lee and George. And with the Angels, they were called TNT, Thomas and Thomas. Trumbo takes a big curveball low, ball 1. Well, the modern day Angel TNT is Trout and Trumbo. And Trumbo with 14 home runs and 39 runs batted in. So as Trout looks on, Trumbo checks in at the plate. 1 ball and no strikes, the count to Mark. He's 6'4", 220, and does not wait around. He'll swing at almost anything at the plate, except if it's like that in the dirt. 2 balls and no strikes. Trumbo, believe it or not, was heavily scouted for years as a pitcher. But the Angels looked him over 8 years ago, and they liked that bat. He had 29 home runs last year. Here's the 2-0 pitch on the way. Instead, to the bag goes Hairston, drawing no throw. Now the pitch to the plate, swung on and fouled off first down the line, well back into the crowd, and the count 2-1. One of the interesting things about Mark Trumbo, he was the 29th prospect behind 11 who are not in the major leagues. It just took him a long time to get here, and he figures to be here a long time. 2-1 the count to Mark Trumbo. Big boy out of Anaheim and lives in Orange and went to school at Villa Park High School. Mark takes inside at the kneecaps, and that runs the count to 3-1. Trumbo, with his 14 home runs, carries a very big stick. He has walked 15 times and struck out 33. 3-1 the count to Mark Trumbo. Out of a stretch goes Capuano, and the left-hander delivers low and away, ball 4. So he didn't really challenge Trumbo, and he has walked the bases full with 1 out in the first inning.
Second baseman number 47, Howie Kendrick.
So for Don Mattingly, a troubling first inning as Howie Kendrick checks in. Kendrick hitting .266. He has 4 home runs and 24 runs batted in. So you have Hunter at third, Pujols at second, Trumbo at first, 1 out. And here's Kendrick, right-hand batter. Capuano from a stretch, and a fastball is low, ball 1. 1-0 the count. Capuano with a perfect 5-0 record on the line at home, and it's in trouble right now. Kendrick has always been a fella who swings at most of the pitches that he sees. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and that's swung on. Ground ball to short. They will get one. They will turn it for two. The Capuano gets Kendrick to ground into the double play. Gordon, Hairston, Loney. No runs, 2 hits, and 2 left. At the end of half an inning, Angels nothing, Dodgers coming up. Capuano loads the bases, but then gets the double play to bail it out. Here's the Dodger lineup. D. Gordon opening up at short, and Elian Herrera at third base. Andre Ethier in right field. Bobby Abreu in left, hitting cleanup. Gary Hairston at second base. James Loney at first. A.J. Ellis behind the plate. Tony Gwynn bats eighth, playing center field. Chris Capuano on the mound. On the mound for the Angels, Garrett Richards out of Riverside, lives, however, in Edmond, Oklahoma. He went to the University of Oklahoma and was a first-round pick by the Angels just 3 years ago. So he has made rapid progress and actually came up briefly last year before settling in, he hopes, this year. He made one start. He went 7 innings and earned the win, allowing a run and 4 hits while striking out 8. In going back through the Angel history books, there are only a few who pitched that well in their first start of the year. Andy Messersmith, Nolan Ryan, Jared Weaver, and Garrett Richards. Jared Weaver draped on the railing along with Dan Harron taking in the action, and the bottom of the first inning, and D. Gordon to start it off. Richards, the right-hander, into the windup, and his first pitch, good fastball in for a strike at 97, and the count 0-1. D. Gordon struggled and struggled. They sat him down, and now he's been red hot. You wouldn't think red hot with a .229 batting average. He takes low and inside, 1-1. However, over the last 19 games, he's hit .288. So Gordon trying to get Don Mattingly going in the right direction. And the 1-1 pitch on the way. D takes very high. Ball 2, 2-1 the count. If you look at Garrett Richards in his first start against Seattle, he retired 15 of the first 18 hitters he faced. Gordon takes a pitch high and away. Ball 3, 3-1. For Garrett Richards in that start, the 7th inning was the only inning he had more than one runner on base. The next pitch is a strike. 3-2 the count to Gordon. So Richards looks down the barrel to get a sign. 24 years old. And the 3-2 pitch very high, so there's a rabbit loose as Gordon draws the walk.
Batting next, third baseman, number 37.
That'll bring up Elian Herrera, holding down the fort at third base. Of course, he was originally signed as a utility man. He has done far more, hitting .295 with 11 runs batted in. He has started 21 times and he's hit safely in 17 of them. However, Juan Uribe is almost ready to take over at third base. So Gordon at first. There'll be some pressure now applied to Richards as D takes his lead. Richard looks over his shoulder, then backs off the rubber. So D. Gordon, standing at first, has stolen 16 out of 22. And he will put some pressure also on John Hester, the catcher. Out of a stretch goes Richard. Another look over his shoulder. Turns, throws over there. Diving back is Gordon. Waiting on deck, Andre Ethier. So Ethier waits. Herrera's at the plate. Gordon is at first. Dodgers won 7 of 10 on the road trip. Herrera had the game-winning RBI in 3 of those Dodgers 7 wins. Switch hitter batting left-handed, shows bunt, takes a strike, and the count 0-1. Herrera's been involved in a total of 25 games, and he has scored 14, knocked in 11 to add up to the 25. Herrera, who has started at second, third, and even in center field, waiting at the plate. Now the strike one pitch again, another throw to first, and Gordon back on the bag. In his young career, left-handers against Richards have hit .288 against him. Right-handers just .161. Here's the strike one pitch. There goes Gordon, and it's swung on and slapped just fair inside the left field foul line. Gordon will stop at third. Herrera into second with a flare double, and the Dodgers are at it again. So with Gordon going and the pitch down and away, Herrera just stroked it over the head of Callaspo, who could not get up to get it. The ball stayed fair, went down the line. Joe West, the umpire, was there. A fan caught it on a bounce. So the Dodgers have runners at second and third, nobody out, with Ethier and Abreu, and then Hairston. Andre, fresh from that grand slam that he hit yesterday, batting .292 with 10 home runs, 52 runs batted in. Big man in the RBI department. Out of a stretch goes Richard. Garrett delivers. Fastball rolled to short. The only play by Ibar is to first. Scoring is Gordon. Herrera had a hold at second with the ball hit ahead of him. And the Dodgers lead 1-0. And for Andre Ethier, another run batted in. So one away. And the batter now, Bobby Abreu. Interesting, when the Angels finally called up young Mike Trout to put him in center field, they had to jettison somebody, and they jettisoned Bobby Abreu. And the Dodgers are thrilled with that move. Bobby hitting .326 with a home run and 9 runs batted in as he checks in. Another left-hander trying to hurt Richards, and the Dodgers lead 1-0. Garrett ready and deals. Fastball off the plate. Ball 1. 1-0 the count. Richard has been very tough with men in scoring position. The opposition hitting .214, but he has just given up a run, and the Dodgers take a 1-0 lead as Gordon led the way. The 1-0 pitch on the way to Abreu is taken low, so Richard behind now. 2 balls and no strikes. Game 2 tomorrow night, Jerome Williams and Aaron Harang. And the final game will be Wilson and Eovaldi. Thursday is an off day, and the White Sox will be here for the weekend. Now the 2-0 pitch, Abreu holds up on a pitch low and away. No swing, says Joe West. 3-0 the count to Bobby Abreu. Hairston has also been a very important figure on the road trip, waiting on deck. 3-0 to Bobby Abreu. Richard ready, right-handed delivers, fastball is low, ball 4. So each starting pitcher having first inning trouble. Capuano got out of it on a double play, but Garrett is getting deeper into a hole, and Mike Butcher's going out to see if he can solve the problem. So the Dodgers now have 2 on, 1 out, and Scott Hairston will be coming up. Hairston will be followed by Loney and then A.J. Ellis. Jerry Hairston, like Herrera, extremely valuable, except Hairston has been even more productive. In the last 16 games since he came off the DL, Jerry is hitting .400. So with a healthy hamstring, he's back in action, and it has really paid off.
Number 6, Jerry Hairston Jr.
The other day up at Seattle, he had a career high with 5 RBIs. So Abreu at first, Herrera at second, 1 out, 1 in, and the Dodgers lead 1-0. Hairston batting .356. Out of his stretch goes Richard, looks back at second, works his hitter way inside at the ribs. 1 ball and no strikes. Sam Holbrook, the plate umpire, Andy Fletcher, Rob Drake, and Joe West, the crew chief, on the line back of third. 1 ball and no strikes to Jerry Hairston. The next one is taken for a strike. So you had the left-hand hitters in a row. You had Gordon leading off, and he scored. Herrera, the switch hitter, doubled. Ethier, the left-hand hitter, grounded out for the run. Abreu, the left-hand hitter, walks. And then after Hairston, you have another left-hand hitter in Loney. The pitch to Hairston is high. 2-1 the count. So a rather shaky beginning for Capuano, and he survived. And now a shakier inning for young Garrett Richard. 2 balls and 1 strike the count. A check of the runners, and the pitch to Hairston, and that's inside, tight to the thighs. Ball 3. For Mike Scioscia, looking out to Richard Zipse, is that the same guy who just started last time and beat Seattle? So Garrett struggling a little bit. 3-1 the count. Right-hander set, looks at the runners. 3-1 pitch, swung on, and a high fly ball. It's playable. Trout started back and has to come in to make the catch. So looking into the wedding cake that is Dodger Stadium, young Mike started the wrong way, but he was able to correct. And we have 2 down, and the batter, James Loney. If you're watching on television, that's the view you get, and you're looking into all those layers, hoping that the dark areas underneath each will help you pick up the ball. So we have 2 down, and the batter is James Loney. Loney had a pretty good road trip, and actually since the first week in May, he's hit .306. That's 30 some odd games. So James, 2 home runs, 20 runs batted in, 2 on, 2 out, 1-0 Dodgers, and Loney takes very high, ball 1. Herrera at second, Abreu at first with 2 out. The outfield just about straight away. Trout maybe a couple of steps over towards left center. And the 1-0 pitch from Garrett Richard. Instead, a pickoff play, and a throw goes into center field, and that'll put Dodgers at second and third. Trout then overran the ball, and scoring is Herrera. A wild throw to the plate, but stopping at third is Abreu, and the Dodgers lead 2-0. So Garrett Richard throws it away at second base, and then Mike Trout, trying to recover, overran the throw, and the Dodgers get on the board and lead 2-0. There wasn't really much of a chance to get Herrera, and there wasn't any chance for Ibar to catch the throw. And once Trout overran it, he was able to beat the throw to the plate easily. There'll be 2 errors on the play. An error charged to Trout overrunning the ball, and an error charged to Garrett for throwing it into center field. Now the pitch to Loney is fouled away, and the count 1-1. So the Dodgers pick up Herrera. And Abreu is now at third. 2-0 in favor of the Dodgers. With a runner at third, we will check and see about wild pitches, but Garrett's only been in 2 games. No wild pitches for Richard. The 1-1 pitch is fouled away, and the count 1-2. So in the inning, Gordon walked. Herrera doubled him to third. Ethia's ground ball scored Gordon. Abreu walked. Fly ball by Hairston, and then the bad throw by Richard, the overrun by Trout, and the Dodgers have 2, and it's 2-0 in favor of the Dodgers. Loney now trying to pick up Abreu, and the 1-2 pitch at his feet. Nice save by John Hester. That could easily have meant a wild pitch and an additional run. For the Dodgers, 2 runs, 1 hit. The Angels, no runs, 2 hits, and 2 errors. Loney waits on a 2-2 pitch. Richards set, Garrett ready and delivers. Swung on and popped up. Going out to get it is Howie Kendrick, signaling he will take it, and he's true to his word. So Loney pops it up, but the Dodgers get 2 runs, 1 hit, 2 walks, 2 errors, leave 1, and at the end of an inning, 2-0 Dodgers. On balls, and before the dust settled, the Dodgers had 2 in the first inning. So leading 2-0. Andre Ethia picked up an RBI, and of course the error gave the Dodgers another as Herrera scored. So now in the second inning, Alberto Callaspo, Eric Ibar, and the catcher John Hester. Callaspo, a switch hitter, hitting .247 with 2 home runs, 16 runs batted in. Into the windup goes Capuano, gets a strike, and the count 0-1. Callaspo's from Maracay in Venezuela, the city of birth for Bobby Abreu. Now the strike 1 pitch on the way. Capuano into the windup and comes back with a breaking ball lifted to shallow right. Coming in a hurry is Ethier to pick it off. So 1 away on a fly ball to shallow right. And now Callaspo's closest pal, Eric Ibar, coming up. Ibar, from Bani in the Dominican Republic, copied the style of Rafael Furcal and has showed a desire to play shortstop ever since he was a little guy. The younger brother of former Dodger prospect Willie Ibar. Among other things, you really have to be careful with Eric. He has 8 bunt hits already. He's number 1 as he takes a strike. He's 5'10" and 170, but by the time he gets into a crouch, he's a lot smaller than that. Not only 8 bunts, but he has 16 infield hits. So the corners have to play up a little. Now the strike 1 pitch on the way. He bunts down to get it, Capuano, and you know what? He's going to have himself another bunt base hit. So for Eric Ibar, he now has 9 bunts, and I was a little bit amazed in talking about all his bunts where Herrera was. I mean, he wasn't on the grass even thinking about a bunt, and yet you have a guy known for bunting and for infield hits. Capuano couldn't make the play, and Herrera wasn't even close to make it. So it's a bunt single for Eric Ibar, and the batter now will be the catcher, John Hester. Bobby Wilson is out, suffering, I believe, from a concussion. So here's John, right-hand batter, has a look at a pitch low. Hester batting .278 with a home run and a run batted in. Chris Ionetta's been out with a bad wrist. Wilson will have new headgear to try and ease the burdens of those foul balls that you take back into the top of the mask. So they're working on new headgear for Bobby Wilson. The 1-0 pitch on the way is instead a throw to first. Ibar back on the bag. Eric, by the way, has stolen 5 out of 6. Of course, as far as Capuano is concerned, in his career, 20 caught stealing, 26 successful. He's also picked off 33. So Ibar takes the lead, and the pitch fouled away by Hester out of play, and a 1-ball, 1-strike count. John, 6'4", 215, went to school at Stanford and was originally a 13th round pick by the Diamondbacks. He actually came up twice in 09 and 10 with Arizona. Capuano ready, and the 1-1 pitch on the way is swung on. Soft line drive by the diving Gordon into center for a base hit. So a bunt single followed by the line drive single, and the batter now will be Garrett Richards. So the tying runs are aboard with 1 out. Herrera coming in on the grass. Capuano, I think, kind of called him in. So as Richards steps in, an American League pitcher in a National League game, now you can understand that Herrera is playing in on the grass. Where he was when Ibar was up there is still a question the Dodgers are going to have to mull over. So 2 on, 1 out. Richard making his first plate appearance. Capuano out of his stretch. A check of the runners. Loney now coming in a bit from first. And the pitch, Richard bunts a line drive foul and right into the stands alongside the Angel dugout. 0-1 the count to Garrett Richards. Mike Scioscia going through the maneuvers. Dino Abell coaching at third, formerly in the Dodger organization. Alfredo Griffin, who played such a big part at shortstop for the Dodgers, coaching at first for the Angels. LA is quite a town. We have the Angels and the Devils here today, although come to think of it, every day. 0-1 the count to Richards, who backs out of the box and again double checks. Ibar away from second, Hester from first. Loney has come in even more now on the grass. Herrera playing caddy corner at third. Strike 1 pitch. Richard pulls the bat back. Fastball high and inside. 1 ball and 1 strike to Grant Richard. For the Angels, down 2-0 early. They've won 9 of the last 12 against the Dodgers. Mike's team won 4 of the 6 last year, and they've won 6 of the last 7 here at Dodger Stadium. And Mike Trout waiting on deck. The next pitch is low, ball 2. 2-1 the count. And again, Richard looking down to Dino Abel. Dodgers 2 runs, 1 hit. The Angels no runs, 4 hits. How about those totals? And we're only in the 2nd inning. Capuano again ready. Richard shows bunt and tries to and misses, and the count 2-2. Of course, when the Dodgers go to Anaheim later on, down there on the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, it'll be a different story. Then, being the games played in an American League park, it'll be a designated hitter. So 2-2 the count to Garrett Richard. Out of his stretch goes Capuano. Richard swings and misses, and down he goes. That would be the 2nd strikeout for Capuano. And now here's young Mike Trout, who struck out in the 1st inning. Mike is a chip off the old block. His dad, Jeff, was drafted by the Twins in the 5th round back in 1983 out of the University of Delaware. And his father played 4 years in the minors at 2nd and 3rd base. Mike is 6'1", a very solid 217 pounds, and quite an all-around athlete. Out of a stretch goes Capuano, checks the runners, now comes to Trout with a change off the plate, ball 1. Trout hitting .348, 5 home runs, 24 runs batted in. Capuano reeled him in first at bat. So Mike Trout, who certainly had a major hand in the Angel turnaround, once he was called up, things began to fall in place. He was the rookie of the month for May. He had .324 with 5 home runs and 16 runs batted in. The 1-0 pitch on the way, Trout takes low, and a 2-ball no strike count. And then from being the player of the month in May, all Trout did was jump off, and he was hitting .515 in June. So Ellis talking to Capuano, and Trout waits. We are talking about the fact that young Mike is very well built, 6'1", 215. He was an all-conference basketball player in high school. He played quarterback and safety in football and could have been a Division I player, but he opted for baseball. 2-0 pitch on the way to Mike Trout. Capuano's fastball foul back, and the count 2-1. For Mike Trout, he made a wise decision, and it was pretty apparent. He banged up his ankle his freshman year playing football, and he knew that baseball was a far better choice. Of course, his dad said, I knew he was going to be a baseball player from the time he was about 7 or 8 years old. Pickoff throw is a little high, but Hairston spears it at second base, and the count 2-1. Ibar at second, Hester at first, 2 out, and the Dodgers lead 2-0. Mike Trout was somewhat overlooked. There were 24 players drafted ahead of him. The only scholarship he got was to East Carolina. Here's the 2-1 pitch, swung on, line to left, moving to his right is Abreu to make the catch. So Trout came up, Abreu became a Dodger, and Trout hits the ball to Abreu. And at the end of an inning and a half, 2-0 Dodgers. Angels 2-0. The crowd here at Dodger Stadium has learned that the LA Kings have defeated the New Jersey Devils 6-1 to win the Stanley Cup. And the crowd here in the ballpark went wild for a couple of moments watching the Kings celebrate on the ice. Meanwhile, the Dodgers trying to ice the Angels as we go to the bottom of the second inning with A.J. Ellis, Tony Gwynn, and then Chris Capuano. Apparently, in the Kings' victory against the Devils, there was a major 5-minute penalty, a blood penalty as they call it, and during that time, I believe the Kings scored either 3 or 4, and we get confirmation they scored 3 during that period and wound up in a skateaway 6-1. Meanwhile, we will slide into the bottom of the second, and A.J. Ellis will lead it off. Richard into the windup, and his fastball is high, ball 1-0. So our heartiest congratulations to the players and everyone involved. A successful night indeed for the Kings. The 1-0 pitch in for a strike, and the count 1-1. So if you are just joining us, if you were watching the Kings skate their way to victory, Dodgers got out of a first inning jam when Howie Kendrick hit into a double play with the bases loaded and 1 out. Ellis takes inside for ball 2. Dodgers came back with a walk, a double, a ground ball for 1 run, and 2 errors on an aborted pickoff play that gave the Dodgers the other. So it's 2-0 Dodgers, second inning. 2-1 pitch to Ellis, and that's taken low. Ball 3. 3-1 to count to A.J. Ellis. Ellis with a great on-base percentage. Tony Gwynn hitting back of him, and he sprays one down the right field line, foul, and back into the crowd. So 3-2 the count to A.J. Ellis. Ellis continues to get on base. He had that 28-game string stop, but he's gotten on base, hit, walk, or hit by pitch 45 of 48, and now on ball 4 it makes it 46 of 49. For Richard, that would be his 3rd walk given up, and the Dodgers able to parlay a bit for 2 in the first inning. And now Tony Gwynn. Tony hitting .277, 17 runs batted in, coming up with a couple of hits in each of his last 2 games. He's been very, very efficient with runners in scoring position, and as usual doing an outstanding job in the outfield. So Gwynn climbs in with Ellis at first, nobody out. Pujols off the bag directly in front of Ellis, and the pitch to Gwynn way outside, ball 1. 1-0. So for young Garrett Richard, he's making a lot of pitches. He made 30 pitches, 23 in the first inning. So Richard trying to turn things around and throw some strikes. The 24-year-old, born in Riverside, so I'm sure he has a lot of friends here. The 1-0 pitch on the way, and that's taken high, ball 2. 2-0. Sam Holbrook is the plate umpire. Richard kind of looked at him as if he's been pinched a little bit. All right, Gwynn back up and waiting. 2 balls and no strikes. Richard out of his stretch. Now the 2-0 pitch, and that's taken for a high strike right around the letters. 2-1. Grant Richard went to the University of Oklahoma, majored in human relations, but he also said he was interested in culinary arts and might have become a chef if not for pro baseball. Garrett at 6'3", 215 pounds, and his 2-1 pitch, Gwynn holds up, and it's low, ball 3. 3-1 the count. So 3-1 to Gwynn. Ellis at first, nobody out. Chris Capuano is on deck. Basically from Richard, a sinking fastball. Then he has the 4-seamer along with a slider, curve, and change. 3-1 pitch, and Gwynn takes a strike. 3-2. So Ellis not going 3-1, and with a pitcher on deck, Gwynn out of the box for the moment, and then Tony gets back in again. Richard, a long look in. Gwynn now hooks up, and we're about ready. Here's the 3-2 pitch on the way. Ellis does not go, and there's a ground ball to short. That's going to be Ibar on the bag that doubles him at first, and that's the sinker. When Richard is on his game, he's going to get a lot of ground balls, and in this instance, he comes up with an easy double play, 6-3. So 2 down, and Chris Capuano coming up. Capuano with the bat is marvelous when he is asked to sacrifice. He has 9 sacrifices. The first pitch to Chris is high, ball 1. I always marvel, and I keep repeating, here's a fella who has 9 sacrifices, but you never see them try to bunt for a base hit. He backs out for a moment. 1 ball and no strikes to Chris. Angels, remember, have won 9 straight on the road, 2 shy of the franchise record set back in 1988. All of the Angel wins during the streak, by the way, have been by 2 or more runs. Be interesting as far as the record if you looked it up. The pitch to Capuano low. Another multi-run win. The Angels would be the 9th team in the American League ever to win 10 straight road games, all by at least 2 runs. The next one to Capuano, a strike. And we're talking about the Philadelphia A's, Seattle Mariners, Cleveland Indians, Oakland A's, and 3 times the New York Yankees. 2-1 pitch, big swing and a miss, and the count 2-2. There's also a pretty big difference between the 2 teams as far as the bullpens are concerned. Now the 2-2 pitch, Capuano takes ball 3. For instance, the Angel bullpen, and they've improved because Trieri arrived, but the Angel bullpen, #1 in blown saves. They've blown 9. Capuano pops one in the air back to third. A trio of Angels. It's Ibar, the middleman, making the catch, and that's that. The Dodger bullpen in the last 9 games, brilliant. And at the end of 2-0 Dodgers. Receiver from AT&T Uverse. Visit AT&T.com/free your TV. Rethink possible. By El Pollo Loco, crazy you can taste. And by the full line of fuel-efficient vehicles at your Southern California Toyota dealer. Dodgers lead the Angels 2-0 as we go to the 3rd inning. It'll be Torrey Hunter, Albert Pujols, and Mark Trumbo And that will be some trio to test Chris Capuano in this area. You know how close they keep tabs on pitchers in this day and age. They look at Capuano, for instance, from his 31st through 45 pitches. He's now made 31 pitches. Well, here's Hunter, and we'll tell you about the punt in a moment as Capuano is ready, and the left-hander's first pitch is a little low, ball one. Between 31 and 45 pitches, the opposing batters have 2 hits in 44 at-bats against Capuano, and he is now in that zone, and what a trio to test him. The 1-0 pitch, and that's in for a strike, and the count 1-1. So Hunter, Pujols, and Trumbo. You know, I have a picture at home that I treasure. It's the only picture we ever had taken, and it's Bob Miller of the Kings, the late Chick Hearn, and myself. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Torrey Hunter. Swung on and drive to left center on his horse as Gwynn reaches up and backhands it on the dead run. Oh, a fine play by Chris Gwynn, Tony Gwynn in center field, and we have one away. Talking about that one picture with Miller, Hearn, and Scully. During that show, it was the only time we were ever on the air together. Chick and I both talked about the fact that it was a lot easier for us doing Laker basketball or Dodger baseball because we had winning teams and we each had ourselves a couple of championship rings. The pitch to Pujols in there for a strike, and the count 0-1. So we can't help but thinking tonight that finally Bob Miller has that championship ring. Here's the strike one pitch to Pujols. Ground ball up the middle. On the second base side goes Hairston to make the play. They have loaded up the left side of the infield. So 2 down, although each ball very well hit. But Capuano is still holding up on that 31 to 45 zone. 2 tough outs, 2 tough hitters, and now Mark Trumbo. Trumbo drew a walk in the first inning. Dodgers lead 2-0 with 2 out, top of the third. Capuano from the third base side of the rubber, and the left-hander into the windup and delivers. Fastball below the knees, ball 1, 1-0. Trumbo hitting .326, 14 home runs, 39 runs batted in. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way, and that's taken at his feet. Ball 2, 2-0. Interesting, we mentioned earlier the fact that Mark Trumbo was listed the 29th prospect behind 11 who are not in the major leagues. The number 28 prospect was Reggie Willits. 2-0 pitch is fouled away, and the count 2-1. For Trumbo, he pitched and played first for Villa Park High, tore him up. He was in the National Classic, won the nation's most prestigious tournament. He was the outstanding player in that. Signed a letter of intent to USC. It's a big chopper up the middle, and that's going to go through into center field for a base hit. So a 2-out single by Mark Trumbo, and that will bring up Howie Kendrick.
Next second baseman, number 47, Howie Kendrick.
So for Chris Capuano, it's been a very shaky start. He's allowed 5 hits plus a walk, and he's leading 2-0, but he has certainly pitched out of a stretch a lot. Kendrick came up with 1 out and the bases loaded and hit into a double play. Howie hitting .265, 4 home runs, 24 runs batted in. Kendrick waiting, Capuano kind of making him wait for the moment. Now the first pitch, and that slides low and inside, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes to Howie Kendrick. Kendrick has worn the Dodgers out. He has a nickname, they call him Truck. It was put on him by Bud Black when Bud was the pitching coach, and the Dodgers have felt like they've been hit by a truck many times. Kendrick takes in the dirt, ball 2, 2-0 the count. Interesting, too, some are late developers. When Howie Kendrick went to St. John's River Community College in Florida, that's not too far from Vero Beach where the Dodgers used to train, he was cut from the baseball team his freshman year. He wasn't good enough to play. Here's the 2-0 pitch on the way. Kendrick has a look, and that's low. Ball 3. 3-0. So Capuano fighting his way through the first couple of innings. He made 43 pitches, and he has a 3-0 count on Kendrick with Alberto Callaspo on deck. 3-0 pitch way off the plate. Ball 4. So Capuano, 5 hits and a couple of walks, but he's still leading 2-0. And Alberto Callaspo checking in. Meeting at the mound, we mentioned earlier that Callaspo and Eric Ibar are great friends, and they're playing side by side on the left side of the Angel infield. They were teammates at the Cedar Rapids Colonels, going way down, and even then they were called Hermanos, brothers. So anyway, we have 2 on, 2 out, and here's Callaspo, who flied to right field in the second inning. One thing about Callaspo, he is indeed a contact hitter. He flied to right field. He has never struck out more than 51 times, and mostly a lot lower than that. Right-hand batter waiting, and Capuano a fake and a look at second. Last year, 475 at-bats, and he struck out only 48 times. So Callaspo waiting. Capuano ready. Another check. Left-hander to the plate. Fastball inside, moving Alberto off the plate. 1 ball and no strikes. Alberto is 5'11", 175. Turned 29 in April. Capuano has been very, very efficient with runners in scoring position and 2 out, and that includes the first inning. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way. Callaspo takes inside, ball 2. With 2 out and runners in scoring position, as you have now and you had in the first inning, he's allowed just 3 hits to 22 batters. So Trumbo at second, Kendrick at first. 2-0 the count to Callaspo. Eric Ibar on deck. Here's the 2-0 pitch on the way, and that's taken inside. So now Capuano 1 pitch away from another bases loaded situation. It would be his second in 3 innings, and in the second inning he had first and second, and Ibar waits. Mattingly sweating out his man, who's made 47 pitches. Capuano straightens up, and the 3-0 pitch to Alberto Callaspo. Capuano delivers, and that's in there at the knees. 3-1. When Callaspo was with Kansas City, one year he had 576 at-bats. That's not plate appearances. He had more plate appearances, and he walked a total of 51 times. He rarely strikes out. And here's a 3-1 pitch coming up. Capuano ready. 3-1 fastball is low. Ball 4. In fact, change fastball. That was definitely a change. So as Albert Pujols looks on, another bases loaded situation.
Shortstop number 2.
2 out, bases jammed, and here's Eric Ibar and Rick Honeycutt going out to the mound. Eric Ibar, as we told you before he did, is a wonderful bunter, and he bunted for a base hit. He has 9 bunt hits this year. He has 17 infield hits, and where Callaspo doesn't strike out, Ibar rarely walks. So you have 2 very different type hitters back to back. Another thing about Eric Ibar, he does not hang around at home plate, which of course is one reason why he doesn't walk very much. He averages less than 3.5 pitches per at bat. So coming up now with 2 out and the bases loaded, we'll see he has Trumbo at third, Kendrick at second, Callaspo at first, 2 out, and Ibar checking in. Be interesting to see now whether he takes or not. Capuano really sweating it out. Chris looks in to get a sign. Now straightens up, and the left-hander ready. The pitch to Ibar, slow breaking ball in for a strike. 0-1. Ibar 5'10", about 170. 28 years old. Signed as a free agent by the Angels 10 years ago. So the bases loaded, 2 out, 2-0 Dodgers, third inning. Ibar swings, hits a ground ball to the right side. Dodgers are going to get a force play, and that'll be that. So Ibar figured he wasn't going to hang around, and on the second pitch, he grounds into the fourth. No runs, a hit, 3 left, and the Dodgers still lead 2-0. Chris Capuano getting a little instruction, I think, about balance from Rick Honeycutt. It has really been a tough 3 innings. The Angels had the bases loaded in the first inning and left 2 when Kendrick hit into a double play. They left 2 on in the second inning. They leave 3 on in the third when Ibar grounds out. So the Angels have left 7 men on base in the first 3 innings. So Capuano trying to hang tough. And for the Dodgers in the third, it'll be D. Gordon, followed by Elian Herrera, and then Andre Ethier. Dodgers lead 2-0. They have a little modest 2-game winning streak. They've won 6 of the last 7, but they want to try and snap a 4-game losing streak here at home, where they are 21-9. D. Gordon takes a strike, and the count 0-1. Beautiful evening, 66 degrees when the evening began. 0-1. Next pitch is going to be hit on a line into left center, base hit. It's going to get between Mike Trout and also Mark Trumbo, and into second base with a double goes D. Gordon. The Angels play fast and loose with the relay, but Gordon will stay at second base. So for Gordon, his 7th double, as he slaps one in the gap in left center, and neither Trumbo nor Trout could cut off in time to stop him going to second base. So the second double, Herrera had one in the first inning, and Elian is coming up. So the totals are still very strange. The Dodgers 2 runs, 2 hits, and the Angels no runs, 5 hits, and 2 errors. Elian Herrera doubled over the head of Callaspo, and just inside the left field foul line in the first inning. Elian came around to score. Richard ready, and the pitch is swung on and missed. Herrera, as he usually does, somewhere in a sequence will show bunt, and that's what he did on the very first pitch. So Callaspo comes in on the grass a little bit. On deck, Andre Ethier. Pujols now is up on the edge of the grass. 0-1 the count. Herrera waits, and a bluff by Gordon. The pitch in for a strike, and again Herrera showing bunt. So he likes to do that. He likes to keep the infield on the move, although he doesn't bunt that often. 0-2 the count to the 10-year minor leaguer who has blossomed this year in the big leagues, hitting .303. Dodgers lead 2-0, bottom of the third. Richard ready and delivers. Check swing. They're going to look over at Joe West. No swing, says Joe. 1-2 the count. Jerome Williams and Aaron Harang tomorrow night. C.J. Wilson and Nathan Eovaldi Wednesday night. Thursday an off day. And on the weekend, the Chicago White Sox. So the Angels come in 3 games behind Texas. The White Sox are leading the American League Central. So the Dodgers have their work cut out for sure on this homestand. And then after the brief homestand, the Dodgers go to Oakland, and then 3 in Anaheim and 3 in San Francisco. So there's some very, very tough days ahead as we are just about running out of June, but not quite. 1-2 the count to Elian Herrera. Richard out of his stretch. He's made 46 pitches, and his fastball sprayed foul off third out of play. 1-2 the count to Elian Herrera. So Herrera trying to at least move Gordon. D gesturing there's another beach ball loose out in left center, so timeout. Herrera is 5'11 and 190. He just turned 27. He's from San Pedro de Macorís. He's a shortstop, a third baseman, a second baseman, a center fielder, a left fielder. He'll do anything you want to play in the big leagues. Been in the Dodger organization since 2003. 1-2 to Herrera. Swung on a fly ball to center. Trout started in. Goes back to make the catch. Gordon on his horse to third, and he is in there. So Mike Trout took a good step in and then realized that ball was hit harder. Went back, and by that time Gordon was able to tag and move over. So Herrera gets his man over to third, and with 1 out, the batter now, Andre Ethier. And in a tough game, the Angels are forced now to play the infield up. So Messrs. Pujols, Kendrick, Ibar, and Callaspo are up. Andre Ethier, leading the league, picked up his 53rd run batted in the first inning. And he has a runner at third and 1 out here in the third. Out of a stretch goes Garrett Richards. The right-hander delivers, and it's fouled away at the plate. 0-1 the count to Andre Ethier. Ethier struggled on the road trip, and it points up yet another amazing factor about this edition of the 2012 Dodgers. If Ethier wasn't doing anything to contribute, and if Matt Kemp hasn't been able to play, how in the world did the Dodgers still win 7 out of 10 on the road? It is a wonder. Strike 1 pitch is swung on and missed. A pitch up around the letters at least. I think Andre figured I can get that ball in the air to pick up the runner. So 0-2 the count to Andre Ethier. Andre waiting. Gordon bluffs down the line. And the strike 2 pitch. Ethier check swing foul. Wasn't really a swing. That pitch kind of ate him up a little bit with a good fastball up and in the high 90s. 0-2 the count to Andre Ethier. That's the thing about Richards. When he throws that four-seamer, I mean, he really lets that thing fly. Strike two pitch on the way. Garrett delivers, swung on and pulled foul over the head of Davy Lopes, skipping up into the stand. So Davy still with the reflexes, thank goodness, get out of the way of that one. 0-2 the count. Garrett Richards, his two-seamer has been clocked anywhere around 92 to 96, but his four-seamer, and that's the one where Ethier was really tied up, that thing's been clocked anywhere from 94 to 101, which is why he was a first-round pick by the Angels. All right, 0-2 the count to Ethier. Richard ready, right-handed pitch is swung on and missed, foul tipped and held by the catcher John Hester. So Ethier unable to pick up, and a good play by Hester to help his pitcher. Ethier going out after it. It was off the plate and low. Andre fooled and strikes out. Interesting too for Garrett Richards. That's his first strikeout, and he did it with a breaking ball. So now here's Abreu, who walked in the first inning and got as far as third. 2 out, third inning, 2-0 Dodgers. D. Gordon opened up with a double, went to third on the long fly ball, but he's still there, and Abreu takes a strike. Bobby hitting .326 with a home run and 9 runs batted in. Against right-handers, Bobby hitting .277. Richards comes back with a pitch that ties him up, but it's inside, and he backs off. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. Abreu, interestingly enough, is hitting .370 against left-handers. So Bobby at 38 waiting. Down the line from third comes Gordon. Richards looks at him. Now the young right-hander ready. Back to Abreu. And that one is on the outside corner. Bobby thought it was low and away. And it's a 1-2 count. Abreu with a slightly pained look on his face as he backed out of the box. No comment to Sam Holbrook, the plate umpire. Now, I guess he had to say something. 1-2 the count. Gordon poised and at the ready down the line from third. The 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Down goes Abreu, and a nice bit of pitching for Garrett Richards to strike out Ethier and Abreu with a runner at third. It's still 2-0 Dodgers. when you realize that Capuano has allowed 5 hits and 3 walks, and yet he's leading in the game 2-0, 1 run unearned. As for Garrett Richards, he just turned things around there in the 3rd inning after a very shaky 1st inning by striking out Ethier and Abreu. So they are locked in. Chris Capuano, Garrett Richards, and into the 4th we go. And John Hester will start it off. Ball 1. So Hester, along with Hank Conger, Bobby Wilson, Chris Iannetta, they all showed up to catch in spring training. And Hester is the one playing. Iannetta out with the bad wrist. Bobby Wilson taking a few, and Hank Conger ready to back up Hester right now. John, as we mentioned earlier, went to Stanford, and he went from the Arizona Diamondbacks to the Baltimore Orioles. They released him, and the Angels picked him up. Hester is 28. He'll be 29 in September. Pretty tall for a catcher. You think of him more as a first baseman when you look at him. He's 6'4", 215 pounds. 2-1. Off speed. That changeup misses. Ball 3. Garrett Richard, the pitcher, on deck. 3-1. And that's a strike. Come on back, John. Three and 2. And inside, ball 4. So the leadoff walk. And again, Capuano in some trouble. You know, the Dodgers continue their series with the Angels tomorrow. Mike Scioscia bobblehead night. Fans with the first 50,000 tickets can take home their very own mini Scioscia blocking the plate. Compliments of State Farm. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. You know, of all the years that Mike Scioscia caught for the Dodgers, he was known for blocking the plate and taking the best lick that a base runner had to offer. And if you ask Mike Scioscia, who hit you the hardest? The bunt is foul back, 0-1. If you ask Scioscia, who hit you the hardest in all your years catching? He will tell you it was Chili Davis. Chili Davis hit him head on, and Mike said, you talk about getting your bell rung. That was it. But of course, his reputation was to never give behind the plate. He took some horrific licks. But he said, number 1, Chili Davis. And then if you want to get an interesting story, ask Mike about the chocolate chip cookies. Capuano's move to first almost picked off James Loney. His then-to-be one-day bride, a baseball fan, her name is Ann, went to a game because her friend had free tickets, and it was one of those games where the players were going to give autographs, and she thought Mike was cute. Backhanded by Hairston, and Gordon dropped. Did he drop it in the act of throwing? Yes. So it'll be just a force play at second base. Anyway, to make a long story short, Ann went down, met Mike, gave him some chocolate chip cookies. They've been married since January 26th, 1985. One away. Now here's Mike Trout, struck out on a pitch up and away in the first inning. Hit the ball hard in the second, but lined out to Bobby Abreu. Shows bunt. 1-0 the count to Mike Trout. Trout and Trumbo, along with the veteran Pujols. Andres Morales Some fellows who can really bruise the ball. That's a strike. 1-1 to Mike Trout. We told you he's a chip off the old block. Probably could have been a very good football player. Opted for baseball. Interesting, too, he was signed by the scout whose roommate for spring training one year and teammate in Double-A was Mike's dad, Jeff. Whoops, they've got him picked off. Absolutely. So Garrett Richards is unaccustomed to batting and certainly unaccustomed to running the bases, and they hang him out to dry. Caught leaning, no chance. So for Capuano, of course, we mentioned earlier that he has a tremendous move. So for Garrett Richards, welcome to the club, occupied by so many. Capuano has picked off now 34. Meanwhile, that one is buried deep to left field and gone. So Mike Trout, who had struck out and flied out, bangs one deep into the seats. And of course, for the pitcher thinking, if I were not picked off, that would have tied up the game. So for Trout, driving one into the stands, all the things we've heard about him. He has 6 home runs, 25 runs batted in, and he got a breaking ball, and he certainly knew what to do with it. Well back, almost catching the second deck. Quite a young player with that square jaw. Tremendous body. They were putting quite a load on him, saying he might be another Mickey Mantle. He's only 20. We'll see. Mantle, of course, a switch hitter. Others say, well, he's more like a power-hitting Pete Rose. Whatever, he is quite a young player. And it's 2-1 Dodgers. Good changeup. 0-2. For Capuano, by the way, that would be the 10th home run that he has allowed this year. Check swing foul. By the way, with that home run, another $14,000 raised to support prostate cancer research. To make a donation, call 800-798-CURE or go online, www.pcf.org. 0-2 to Torrey Hunter. Hard ground ball off the glove of Herrera down the line. On his way to second is Hunter and jogs in with a double. So Hunter is 2 for 3. A single, a long out to center, and now a double off the glove of Herrera. And the batter is Albert Pujols. Albert Pujols. You really could write a book about him. A truly remarkable hitter. Albert is high in the National League. 6 years ago, he had 49 home runs and 137 runs batted in for the Cardinals. 3 years ago, he had 47 home runs and 135 RBIs. He has tremendous hands. In fact, someone once said he has the hands of a fighter, and they are very, very quick. And a high fly ball, very playable. Ethier is there. And that'll be that. So the big play in the inning, not so much the home run by Trout, but the fact that Garrett Richards was picked off just ahead of it, and it's 2-1 Dodgers. try the new Chipotle Chicken Club Combo for $4.99 plus tax. Fight Club Serrano. Get in on the action. Go to sanmanuel.com for details. By Time Warner Cable. And by Columbia Pictures movie That's My Boy, starring Adam Sandler and Andy Samberg, in theaters June 15th. 2-1 in favor of the Dodgers, and Mike Trout has made his debut at Dodger Stadium a successful one. Struck out in the first inning, hit the ball hard and lined out to Abreu in left, and then last time up, hit it in the seats. 1 ball and no strikes to Jerry Hairston, followed by James Loney and A.J. Ellis. 2 runs, 2 hits for the Dodgers. 1 run, 7 hits for the Angels. That's lifted, and it'll be Howie Kendrick. 1 away. The Angels have threatened to break the game wide open. Instead, they've had at least 1 hit in every inning. They have left 8 men on base in the first 4 innings. They left 2 in the first, 2 in the second, 3 in the third, 1 in the fourth. Pujols has singled, grounded out, and then last time up, fly to right with a runner at second. So here's Loney, who popped up in the first inning. Game's hitting .254. Fastball off the plate. That's that nice, easy 96 he throws. The reason why he's a #1 pick. Garrett Richards. Behind now 2-0. Garrett 6'3", 215. And ball 3. Richard walked 2 in the first inning and another in the second, so is on the edge of his 4th walk. Right. Dodgers leading 2-1, but it is a very shaky lead. I mean, Chris Capuano is really trying to fly on one wing. Base hit to right field for Loney. That would be hit number 3 for the Dodgers, and the batter will be A.J. Ellis. A.J. Ellis walked in the second inning, hitting .306 with a half a dozen home runs, 25 runs batted in. Strike, 0-1. Interesting in looking at what hitters did against young Richards going through the lineup. One and one. First plate appearance, they hit .231. Second time around, .217. Third time around, .200. One ball and one strike to Ellis with Tony Gwynn on deck. Two and one. Dodgers scored 2 in the first inning. Gordon walked. Herrera doubled him to third. Gordon scored as Ethier grounded out. Abreu walked. And then the Angels tried to pick off play at second, and the throw went into center field. And then Mike Trout overran the ball in center field, and the Dodgers wound up with a gift run. And that was a big gift. And then in the fourth inning, the Dodgers got an even bigger gift after Garrett Richards reached first and was picked off, followed by Mike Trout's home run. 3-1. And ball 4. So now the Dodgers have runners at first and second, 1 out. And Tony Gwynn will be the batter. John Hester out to talk. Tony grounded into a double play in the second inning following A.J. Ellis' walk. For Gwynn, he has grounded into 5 double plays. We'll see now with 1 out how Tony does. Chris Capuano is due up next. So 2 on, 1 out. Dodgers lead 2-1. 69 pitches made by Garrett Richards. Hard ground ball to short. For 1, do they get? 2, do they get? And that's that. So Tony Gwynn grounds into a double play. No runs, a hit, a man left at the end of 4. 2-1 Dodgers. In his final at-bat of the month, Pedro Guerrero hits his 15th home run. That mark tied Babe Ruth, Roger Maris, and Bob Johnson for the most home runs ever hit by a player in the month of June. After the game, Guerrero was quoted as saying, "From now on, I'm going to pretend every month is June." It was an impressive display put on by one of the best hitters to ever wear Dodger blue. We're going to the 5th inning, 2-1 in favor of the Dodgers. 2 runs, 3 hits for the Dodgers. 1 run, 7 hits for the Angels. There's a marriage proposal going on. She said yes, and the crowd roars in delight. And we move along. It'll be Mark Trumbo, Howie Kendrick, and then Alberto Callaspo in the 5th inning. And for Chris Capuano, you know, if it were a fight, you'd wonder just how long he can take that kind of a beating. He has given up 7 hits. He has walked several. And yet he is hanging on with a 2-1 lead. And he has made 67 pitches. So it's been a very tough 4 innings. And now he'll get Trumbo to start off this one. Trumbo walked in the 1st inning. Grounded a single up the middle in the 3rd. Trumbo averages a home run a little more than every 15 at-bats. Ball 1. Trumbo pretty consistent, hitting .268 against right-handers, .266 against left-handers. 1-0. 1-1. With this count, and we talked about how closely they watch the players, on a 1-ball, 1-strike count, Trumbo is hitting .619 on a 1-1 count. Well, it's 1-1. Breaking ball, 1-2. Mark 6'4", 220. 26 years old. 29 home runs, really his rookie year. It took Garrett Anderson 6 years to hit 29 home runs. Little ground ball to Gordon. Darren Erstad never did it. And here's a young fella who already put 29 away last year. One down. Howie Kendrick coming up. Kendrick came up with the bases loaded in the first inning, hit into a double play. Then last time up, walked. Fouled away. 0-1. Howie Kendrick typically swinging at a pitch. They figured over the last, going back to 06, he swings at like 51% of the pitches. Capuano tried to tempt him with that one. 1 ball and 1 strike. Yep, if it's around the plate. Capuano slips and makes the play anyway. A.J. Ellis wanted the ball, and Capuano, typical competitor on the field, went after it anyway. See where Ellis was all set to pick it up. Much tougher play for Capuano, but that's what got all of them here. So a nice play by the pitcher, 2 down. And the batter, Alberto Callaspe, and Kendrick now is 0 for 2. Callaspe flied to right and walked. Ball 1. Certainly what the doctor orders for Capuano would be retiring the side. 1, 2, 3. Hasn't happened yet. 1-1. That was a straight change. And ball 2, 2-1. 77 pitches now made by Chris Capuano. Waiting on deck, Eric Ibar. And ball 3. Interesting how Callaspe and Ibar are teammates with the Cedar Rapids Colonels, spelt with a K. Then they go their separate ways, and then they wind up, after all those years, coming together 2 years ago and play side by side. Callaspe at third, Ibar at short. However, during this series, we're going to see Albert Pujols play third, Henry Morales playing first. Hard ground ball, but there's Herrera in the dirt. Nice pick by James Loney. Boy, he does that so many times so well. And there it is, finally for Capuano, a 1-2-3 inning, and it's still 2-1 Dodgers. inning. Chris Capuano, perhaps rejuvenated by the fact he finally retired the side in order in the 5th inning. He'll lead it off. Then it'll be Gordon and Herrera, and if anybody gets on, Andre Ethier. Capuano popped up in the 2nd inning, so Chris 0 for 1. He has been in constant trouble. 7 hits, 4 walks, only 1 run. Ball 1. One and one. Capuano has 2 hits, one of them a double. Chris has 2 runs batted in. Strikes out about half the time. 1 and 1. Fouled away down the line. 1 and 2. Dodgers scored 2 in the 1st inning on a couple of walks, a double, and 2 Angel errors. Angels got the run on the home run by Mike Trout right after Garrett Richards had been picked off first base. 2 and 2. Three and 2. Richards has walked 3, though we've had 7 walks, and we're only in the 5th inning. So down goes Capuano, 1 out in the 5th. That'll be the 2nd strikeout for Garrett Richards. D. Gordon has walked and doubled, scored 1. They left him at 3rd in the 3rd inning. Oh, and 1 to count. One away, bottom of the 5th inning, 2-1 Dodgers. Gordon with Elian Herrera waiting on deck. Ball 2, 2 and 1. That's in there. Two balls and 2 strikes. Foul ball outside of 3rd, skipping way up into the stands. Don't forget, tomorrow night, Jerome Williams and Aaron Harang. Wednesday night, C.J. Wilson and Nathan Eovaldi. Thursday is an off day. And then on the weekend, the Chicago White Sox, as Robin Ventura brings his club here. Still 2 and 2 the count to D. Gordon, batting .233. So his batting average has really been on a rise. And that's slapped into center. So Gordon, bidding for a perfect night, has a walk, a double, and now a single. And of course, anytime he gets aboard, especially in a tough game like this, you start looking for a stolen base. So the Dodgers 2 runs, 4 hits. Angels 1 run, 7 hits. And Elian Herrera has doubled to left and flied to center. Ball he hit to center was hit very hard. Trout took 1 step in and then really had to go back to get it. And Gordon was able to take 3rd. Gordon giving Richards something extra to think about, that's for sure. Gordon has stolen 16 out of 22. Herrera hitting .300 with 11 runs batted in. And he bluffs, and a pitch out. That was not a good pitch as a pitch out at all. If Gordon had gone, I don't know if Hester could have made it. If you're a catcher and you call pitch out, you expect to get a ball that you can really handle and throw. 1 ball and no strikes. Angels beat the Dodgers 4 out of 6 last year. They've won 9 of the last 12 and 6 of the last 7 here. So the Dodgers trying for payback, and they're leading 2-1. Boy, this is part of the art of pitching in the big leagues. You have a runner like Gordon. Now Mike's already called 1 pitch out. Hester seeing if the skipper wants another. Gordon bluffs, and the pitch low. And again, as he does just about every at bat, Herrera shows bunt. Tell you, a player who always tried to bunt at least once in every game I think that he ever played. Lou Brock always tried to bunt at least once. 2-0. Andre Ethier waiting on deck. Dodgers 2 runs, 4 hits. Angels 1 run, 7 hits. Gordon not going, and that's a strike. Herrera again showing bunt. 2-1 the count. Gordon a reasonably good lead, but certainly not an aggressive one. You see the cutout at first base? When Gordon's left foot is even with that point of that cutout, you really have to watch him. Wow, ball 3, nice save by Hester. Good thing the catcher's 6'4". So 3-1 the count. Trying to increase it just a little. Normally, if that back foot is even with the point, the pitcher will throw over there. There he goes. It's ball 4, I think. Nope, it's going to be a strike, so safely in at second. The quick little move by Sam Holbrook. 3-2 the count, and the 17th stolen base for D. Gordon. Gordon goes, and the throw on a bounce. Meanwhile, making sure that belly whopper didn't take too much out. He's down there easily enough, and then tries to hook the bag with his knees. So Gordon at second, 1 away, and 3-2 to Elian Herrera. Dodgers lead 2-1. And a fly ball down the left field line, slicing foul back into the stands. The Dodgers left Abreu at third in the first inning. They left Gordon at third in the third inning. They left Loney at second in the fourth inning. And now they have Gordon at second in the 5th inning. 1 out, 2-1. Loney and Rick Honeycutt taking in the action. Meanwhile, the Angels have had ample opportunity, leaving 7 in the first 4 innings. Wow, was that pitch? Whoa. You see Hester out now. Hester caught that. And he's gone out to talk to his pitcher. Wow. It's here. And you can tell right away he's crossed up. There's no way he wanted that pitch. So it's a nice save by John Hester. The Dodgers have runners at first and second. 4 walks given up by Garrett Richards. And here's Andre Ethier. Grounded to short to drive in a run, but struck out with a runner at third and 1 out in the 3rd inning. Two to 1 Dodgers. Bottom of the 5th. And ball 1. Andre hitting .289, 10 home runs, 53 runs batted in, 2 on and 1 out. Callaspo deep and pretty far off the bag, so they have to watch Gordon. 1-1 to Andre Ethier. Ethier had 5 hits on the entire road trip. He did tie a ribbon on the package when he hit a grand slam home run, but he hit only 132 on the trip. So that knocked his average down to where it is right now, and he's 0 for 2 tonight. So that makes him 5 for his last 40 at bats. 1-2. They all go through it. Albert Pujols over there at first with all the great numbers he has put on. Ask him about April. Ask him about most of May. 1-2. Gordon trying, if nothing else, to distract Garrett Richards. He has stolen 17 out of 23. Herrera at first. Two and 2 to Andre. 1 out, 5th inning, 2-1, favor of the Dodgers. On deck, Bobby Abreu. Two and 2. In the dirt, nice save by Hester. Ball 3. David Carpenter, a right-hander, begins to warm up. 85 pitches so far, so they get Carpenter up. We're only in the 5th inning. Gordon at second, Herrera at first. 1 out, 2-1 Dodgers, bottom of the 5th. 3-2. Andre Ethier has walked 19 times, but he has struck out 56. He's also grounded into 5 double plays. So what do you do with the runners? Well, let's see. The runners are not going anywhere. Foul ball. Bobby Abreu waiting on deck. Capuano struck out. Gordon singled and stole second. Herrera walks. They weren't going on the first 3-2. They're not going now. Another foul ball. That was a good 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and the count stays 3-2. So they try it again. So Andre is struggling. Goes 0 for 3. 2 down. Going after a breaking ball low. The last time he struck out, it was a breaking ball low and away outside of the zone. So he comes up empty. And the batter Abreu has walked and struck out. For Garrett Richards, this will be his 29th pitch in the inning. By getting Ethier, that gives him 3 strikeouts, and Ethier twice. And a strike to Abreu. Bobby Walk got as far as 3rd in the first inning and struck out in the 3rd. Gordon at 2nd, Herrera at 1st. 2-1 Dodgers, 5th inning. Fouled away. In 5 innings, we have had 1, 2, 3 innings. That was the top of the 5th inning when Capuano got Trumbo, Kendrick, and Diaspo. Otherwise, each inning, each team has had plenty of runners. 2 runs, 4 hits for the Dodgers. 1 run, 7 hits for the Angels. They'll run a home run by Mike Trout. 0-2. Nice save by Hester. 1-2. Ibar really bird dogging Gordon out there, and he's going to 3rd anyway on a ground ball that hits him. So Gordon is hit by the batted ball and the inning is over. How do you like that? D trying to steal 3rd as the front man on a double steal runs right into the base hit, and that's what it would have been. So at the end of 5, 2-1 Dodgers. The Dodgers were playing in spacious Forbes Field in Pittsburgh, and the Dodgers had 2 home runs in the game, one by Manny Mota and the other by Willie Davis. What made it interesting, both home runs were inside the park, and yet the Dodgers lost 7-5. Now, center field at Forbes Field was 457 feet away from home plate. When they took batting practice, all they did was wheel the batting cage out into center field, and it was never in the way. which is really one of the big changes in baseball today, the distance from home plate to center field. We'll talk more about it, but now let's get back to this one. When I read the note about the fact that the home run was hit at 4:57, and I look out at Dodger Stadium, 399 to dead center. Once in a while you'll see 400 to center. The old Polo Grounds in New York, believe it or not, several times as late as 1949, it was 505 feet to the base of the clubhouse in dead center. They had a memorial there for Eddie Grant, who was a former Giant player killed in World War I. 505 feet. Then I got thinking about Yankee Stadium. In deep left field in Yankee Stadium, it was as much as 490. And in center field, 487. So there have been a lot of changes, many of them duly noted. But certainly one of the changes, the depth of center field. And that's going to go over the bag, down the line, and Ibar's into second base standing with a double. And the tying run is out there here in the 6th inning. So Ibar with a bunt single, and now the ground ball double. Josh Lindblom gets up in the Dodger bullpen. For Capuano, it has been a bumpy ride ever since Hunter singled in the 1st inning. Chris has made 84 pitches, tying run at second, nobody out. Hester, Richard, and Trout due up. Peter Borges comes out on deck to be the pinch hitter for Garrett Richards. Richard made 102 pitches, though I guess Mike figures it's time to hook him. 1 ball and no strikes. Hester has singled and walked. Done a good job behind the plate. Pickoff play, but no throw. One ball and no strikes. Missed with that changeup, 2-0. Down in the Angel bullpen, LaTroy Hawkins begins to warm up. He'd been on the DL, but he's back. Old Satch getting ready. And now Ellis going out to talk to Capuano. '89 pitches for Chris. You have Ibar, who has very good running speed. He has also stolen 5 out of 6. And now let's see. I think Capuano's come to the end of the road. Don Mattingly going out to talk to the plate umpire. And a meeting at the mound, but the meeting's being decided. So while Mattingly moves his players around, we'll be right back. in. Remember, he was 5-0 at home. Now here's the story. Ibar's at second base, and Chris has gone the required 5 as a starting pitcher. So if the Angels do not tie or get ahead, Capuano could win. If Ibar scores and ties it up, Chris has nothing to do with it. However, Josh Lindblom is inheriting a count of 2 balls and no strikes, so that if John Hester should walk, that walk would be charged to Capuano. So then, if Hester eventually scores, the Angels get ahead, Capuano could lose. So he is really up in the air, and we'll see what Lindblom does. Adam Kennedy is now in the game at third base, coming in the double switch. 2-1. Hester batting .297, facing Lindblom, who's in his 29th game. And waiting on deck, the big fish, Pete Borges, and then Mike Trout. And ball 3. Three and 1 to Hester. We're in the 6th inning. 2-1 Dodgers. Fastball lifted. Loney has a play. So they let Hester swing 3-1, and he fouls out. Now Borges has been called back. Though we will see who the hitter is now, and it will be Kendrys Morales. Though he didn't start tonight, sooner or later you expected to see him. And with 1 away, Morales ready to check in. Morales from Cuba, originally signed by the Angels as a free agent.
For the Angels, pinch hitting. Kendrys Morales.
Interesting note on Morales. He is really a front runner in a batting average, at least this year. When the Angels are ahead in a game, Morales is hitting .388. You rarely, if ever, will call Morales out on strikes. He might strike out, but it's rare that he's called out. So you have 1 out. Ibar the tying run at second. Kendrys Morales. He has a birthday next week on the 20th. He'll be 29. Morales 6'1", 225. In his career, he's hitting .295 against right-handers. Although he's hitting .295 against right, he's hitting .290 against left. 1 ball and no strikes. Very close, but Gordon couldn't hold on to the bat. Of course, Kendrys Morales, after hitting a game-winning home run, suffering the ankle injury as he jumped on home plate, set him back quite a bit. What a marvelous hitter. And popped in the air foul. Adam Kennedy, a former Angel, puts it away. So coming up now, Mike Trout, who came up in the 4th inning and almost hit one in the 2nd deck. It was deep in the lower deck. So Mike, a marvelous young player, and the Dodgers now had their chance to see him at his very best. Now here he is with 2 out and the tying run at second base. 2 runs, 5 hits for the Dodgers. 1 run, 8 hits for the Angels. And a strike. 0-1. And another strike. 0-2. Trout, who broke in at Cedar Rapids just 3 years ago. 6 home runs, 25 runs batted in, hitting .350. He had an outrageous series in Colorado. And poked into right field, base hit. Ethier trying to make the play. No chance. Into second base on the throw goes Trout, and the game is tied at 2. So Mike just reached across and singled. Ibar scoring, and then Trout takes second on the throw. What was the count altogether? No balls and 2 strikes. It is absolutely obscene, if you love baseball, as to what the modern era does on a no ball 2 strike count. It is not the game I've seen for so many years. No way. So now the tiebreaker out there at second. And a strike. Torrey Hunter single to center, fly deep to center, double to left. Meanwhile, Garrett Richards on the rail. He has a chance after trailing all night, not only to get off the hook, but to pick up a win. That's a strike. So Ibar double, 2 outs later. Trout singles him in. Now Lindblom is on his own. Capuano will wind up coming up empty tonight, so his record is still 5-0. Check swing, foul. Torrey Hunter with a no ball 2 strike count. Hunter, like Trout, had that remarkable series in Colorado. As Torrey said, the only thing that got him was the altitude. At 36, he was exhausted. Because he is 36, but he's going to be 37 in July. 0-2 to Torrey. Torrey Hunter out of Pine Bluff, Arkansas, but on the east side. And the east side of Pine Bluff, Arkansas is pretty crime infested. Dirt poor, I guess, is what they would say in the South. Oh, and 2. Time. In that 3-game series, Torrey Hunter had 9 hits, 9 RBIs, and scored 8. So he was personally responsible for 17. And in his last 36 games, he's had 19 multiple hit games. In the dirt. Nice block by Ellis. So Hunter, with 2 hits tonight, is still in the groove. Young Mike Trout continues to impress. Trout also runs very well. He has stolen 13 out of 16. 1-2. And there he goes. It figured, sure enough. So Trout now has 14 out of 17. Huge jump, no chance to get him. So the only time Trout was fooled tonight, he struck out on a pitch up and away in the first inning. Then he fly deep to left, homered, and took an outside pitch and single to right to drive in the tying run. With Josh Lindblom pitching and a possible go-ahead run at third, you check, no wild pitches and no balks for Josh. Two and two. And they get Torrey Hunter to end the inning, leaving a runner at third. A possible tying run already came in. And at the end of 5.5, it's a 2-2 tie. And both starting pitchers are gone. Neither one will get a win, but comforting to both the fact that neither one will suffer a loss. For the difference, Garrett Richards no doubt could say to himself, I might have won this game had I not been picked off first base, because he was picked off and then Mike Trout hit a home run. But that was a while ago, and LaTroy Hawkins, known to all the baseball people as Satch, he's 6'5", 215. LaTroy was born 4 days before Christmas in 1972. Before spring training years ago, back about 2003, Hawkins had a big photo of the late, great Satchel Paige. And everybody asked him about it, and he said, well, he's tall, he's black, he's skinny, and big feet, just like me. And from that day on, he was known as Satch. Boy, he has had quite a career. He's had the career of 2 or 3 men. Came up in 1991, originally signed by the Twins. Made his debut in the big leagues in 1995. Fastball hit to short. Ibar takes care, and we have one away as Hairston rolls out. A reminder, you can spend Father's Day with your dad right here at Dodger Stadium Sunday when the Dodgers and the White Sox get together at 1:10. Fans with the first 20,000 tickets will receive a sports bag, and after the game, dads and their families invited onto the field to play catch, compliments of United Airlines. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. One away. Here's James Loney, popped up, single to right, 1 for 2, hitting .258. High twisting foul ball coming over as Callaspo, no play. 0-1 the count. Loney with 2 home runs, 20 runs batted in. When the Angels come up in the 7th, they'll be led off by Albert Pujols, then Mark Trumbo and Howie Kendrick. For Hawkins, the veteran, he'd been with the Twins, the Cubs, the Giants, the Orioles, the Rockies, the Yankees, the Astros, the Brewers, and the Angels. So he's been with 9 different teams. 1 ball and 1 strike. He's out of Gary, Indiana. One and 1. One and 2 to count. Loney out in front on that pitch. With Hawkins, you'll get fastball, curve. He's got a splitter, a changeup. Years ago, he used a cutter. Oh, he had that extra dimension. 1 and 2. In the dirt. 2 and 2 the count to Loney. And a fly ball deep down the left field line, going foul back into the stands, and it's still 2 and 2. Dodgers scored 2 in the first inning on 1 hit, a walk, a double, and then 2 Angel errors, a bad pickoff throw by Garrett Richards, and then Mike Trout overran the ball, and the second run scored. However, Trout homered, and Trout has knocked in the tying run as well. 3 and 2 the count to James Loney. Waiting on deck, A.J. Ellis. Three and 2. And another fly ball down the line, again going foul. Still 3 and 2. Hawkins, in his effort to hide the ball from the hitter, and if you've been watching him at all, you'll notice that he will pack it on his right hip, just to give you that extra second of hiding the ball. It seems like 1,000 years ago there was a pitcher named Vito Tamulus who brought the ball back to his hip pocket. Satch gets the grip. There he is, right there. Anything and everything you can do to hide the ball for as much as possible and as long as possible helps deceive the hitter, and Hawkins learned a long time ago. As he says, I'm kind of long and lanky. My mechanics have to be more defined. I've got to be almost perfect. Well, he's been close to that to have the career that he's had, that's for sure. 3-2. And a fly ball, that's all, right center. Moving over, putting it away easily is Hunter. You have 9 gold gloves out there. So 2 down, and time to get you thinking. Mike Scioscia is one of 4 players ever to catch more than 1,000 games for the Dodgers. Who are the others? Can you remember? Well, we'll give you the answer in a little while. 2 down, and here's A.J. Ellis. Ellis has walked twice. Each time, Gwynn has followed by hitting into a double play. 2 runs, 9 hits for the Angels. 2 runs, 5 hits for the Dodgers. Angels have left 9 in 6 innings. So Mike has to be a wee bit frustrated about that. Don't forget, he has Pujols, Trumbo, and Kendrick coming up in the 7th. 3-0. And the Hawk hit 94 with his fastball. He can still bring it. 3-0. And ball 4. So for A.J. Ellis, he has walked 3 times tonight. And the batter will be Tony Gwynn. To be happy to know he can't hit into a double play. By the way, for A.J. Ellis, he continues to pick up walks. He has now walked 33 times this year. Telling Pujols how to do it. Albert's only walked 20. So 2 out, 2-2, and here's Gwynn. Adam Kennedy bats 9th in the lineup in that double switch. Lindblom is in Herrera's spot, number 2. Adam Kennedy, of course, a big factor back in 2002 when the Angels won it all. 1 ball and no strikes. 2-0. A.J. Ellis held on by Pujols. Fouled away down the line, out of play. Ellis at first base has not been involved in a stolen base. And even though there is a left-hand hitter at the plate, Pujols is going to stay right by the bag, not quite on it, but just about. Two and one. Two and two. Capuano relieved by Lindblom. Richards relieved by Hawkins. And we are 2-2 in a deliberately paced game. So deuces all over the place. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out in a 2-2 tie. Oh, got him picked off, except the throw was high, but he was out anyway. So Ellis picked off for sure, and Pujols with those quick hands brings the throw down to get him. So for the Dodgers, nothing across. There's the high throw, but then down comes the hammer just in time. 2-2. You scored 2 in the first inning, and the Angels got a run in the 4th on a home run by Mike Trout, and added another in the 6th inning on an RBI single by Trout. The Angels have been retired in order only once, and that was in the 5th inning. In the Dominican Republic, where Albert Pujols grew up, Santo Domingo, he lived very close to the little stadium where everybody played baseball. In fact, his father operated a little store underneath the stands where he sold sandwiches, soda, and beer. And as a boy, Albert helped his father at the store. And he'd be down underneath the stands helping his dad. And up on top out on the ball field, he would hear crack. Raul Mondesi, Sammy Sosa, some of the other major league stars taking batting practice. So there was that little kid under the stands helping his dad make sandwiches and dreaming one day of being a player. Has he ever made it? 2-1. When you think about it, Pujols has been described as this generation's Ted Williams. Of course, when you start comparing people to Ted Williams, you have to remember Ted gave up over 3 years of his career to the military. And when you look at the percentage, there he is, creeping up on Gehrig, Williams, and Ruth. 2-2. Did he? No, he didn't. First base umpire Andy Fletcher. 3-2 the count to Albert Pujols. Waiting on deck, Mark Trumbo. Dodgers loading up the left side of the infield. Pujols so far single to left in the first inning, grounded to short in the 3rd, and fly to right in the 4th. And he's aboard with a walk. So Lindblom walks Pujols. That'll bring up Trumbo. Trumbo has walked and singled and grounded to short. The Angels selected Trumbo in the 18th round back in 2004. Earlier this year, Trumbo homered in 4 consecutive games. So he is just one of those naturally powerfully built hitters. We mentioned earlier he had signed a letter of intent to go to SC. His father's a big USC fan, but at the last moment he signed with the Angels. Everybody thought he was going to be a pitcher. Ball 1. 2 years ago, Trumbo was named the Angels minor league player of the year, and he was off and running. He has a pretty wide stance as Pujols takes his lead at first. So not much of a stride. Usually when you look at a hitter, if you find that his feet are really spread apart, he was probably an overstrider. And to take that overstride out of the mechanics, they spread his feet. One ball and 1 strike. 1-2. Trumbo at 6'4", so he can spread that spread eagle stance at the plate, but his arms are long enough. His size is great enough to have complete plate coverage. One and 2. A crack bat, little pop fly, caught by Gordon, throws to first, Loney off the bag. So Trumbo cracked the bat and pops it up, 1 away, and the batter will be Howie Kendrick.
Second baseman, Howie Kendrick.
Meanwhile, in getting back to the bag, Pujols felt something in the leg, so enough to bring Socha out to make sure he's okay. Now watch, he'll come back while looking. Well, hard to see him do anything there, huh? All right, 1 out. Pujols holding. Kendrick hit into a double play. Walk, hit back to the box. A 2-2 tie, 7th inning. Pujols is 3 for 3 in stolen bases. So it's not like he's just going to stand in one position. Last year he had 9 stolen bases, the year before 14, and the year before that 16. In fact, twice in his career with the Cardinals, Pujols had 16 stolen bases, and 16 out of 20. One ball and no strikes. Fouled away. Down in the Dodger bullpen, Todd Coffey begins to warm up because Lindblom hits second in the lineup. That means he would be 4th up in the 7th inning. Howie Kendricks basically strikes out 4 times as much as he walks. Now, he's already walked once tonight. Breaking ball. There's the quick feed for 1 and the double play. Second double play into which Kendrick is hit. So no runs, no hits, and at the end of 6.5, a 2-2 tie. You can see they're a little busy up at the top. Gordon with a single and a double. He also has a walk and scored a run. Elian Herrera had a double and a walk and scored a run. Ethier, painfully quiet, did get an RBI on a ground ball out, but he also had opportunities and struck out in the third with Gordon at third and struck out with Gordon at second in the fifth. So Andre has slowed things up because he's still trying to fight his way out of the slump. So we go to the bottom of the 7th inning, and Hisanori Takahashi from Tokyo, originally signed by the Mets 2 years ago out of Japan. He pitched for the Tokyo Giants, which is a lot like pitching for the Yankees, I think, over there. The Yomiuri Giants. He started and was a star for them. In fact, he was Hideki Matsui's teammate with the Yomiuri for 3 years. Yomiuri Shimbun is like the New York Times. as like every Japanese pitcher I have ever seen. They must be trained to do it. They all have that hesitation in the windup, all of it. In fact, it would really be a very exceptional Japanese pitcher who doesn't hesitate. Right there. And a strike. Among other things, if you're coming up and look at Takahashi, you have to look for a screwball. But he also has fastball, slider, cutter, and curve. But they say the screwball's his best pitch. Last year with the Angels, 4-3. Very rhythmical delivery with that hesitation. Meanwhile, Tony Gwynn hit into a double play in the second, hit into a double play in the fourth, and then was left at the plate when Ellis was picked off in the sixth. 2-1. Fastball at the knees. 2-2. Takahashi will be, in fact, he turned 38. Fastball, still 2-2. Tony hitting .274 with 17 runs batted in. Adam Kennedy will follow Gwynn. And down goes Tony. So he's had a tough night, hitting into double plays twice and striking out. Pretty good fastball put him away. So now here's Kennedy, who got into the game in the double switch with Josh Lindblom. Adam Kennedy, certainly one of the highlights of his lengthy and fruitful career would be 2002. He hit .312 that year, 7 home runs, 52 RBIs on a championship club. Ball one. Adam is 36, so a couple of veterans locked in here. Pull foul. He can pull a ball like that. It seems like it's going right over his right shoulder. He turns on it so much. And Adam has always had a tendency to uppercut the ball. With the uppercut, you would figure he is vulnerable to striking out, but he has never struck out more than 80 times. Adam 6'1", about 190 pounds. Came up in 1999 with the Cardinals. Went with the Angels, then went back to the Cardinals. He's also been with the A's, the Nationals, the Mariners, and the Dodgers. Born and still lives in Riverside, and went to Cal State Northridge. Adam was a first-round pick by the Cardinals. A good 90-mile-an-hour fastball. 3-2. Takahashi is 5'10", 175 pounds. And waiting on deck, D. Gordon, who's having a very nice night with a walk, a single, a double, a stolen base, and a run scored. 3-2. Pull foul. Second time over the head of Davy Lopes. I don't know why they don't make the coaches have an ear flap on the helmet, but they don't. Three and two. he's kidding with that grin over to Davey. And a high fly ball to left. Trumbo is there. So Kennedy a fly ball. 2 down. And Gordon coming up. Well, a little while ago, we had a trivia question about Mike Scioscia, 1 of 4, ever to catch over 1,000 games with the Dodgers. Who are the others? Well, John Roseborough, Roy Campanella, and Steve Yeager. And Mike, of course, holding the record. And that number 39, Roy Campanella, retired. But the memory lingers on, like the song says. Well, here's Gordon bidding for a perfect night. Ivan De Jesus is out on deck to bat for Lindblom. Two out, bottom of the 7th, 2-2. In the Dodger bullpen, Belisario's been warming up. Ground ball on his knees is Pujols. So they finally get Gordon, keep him off the base. And we're heading for the 8th inning in a 2-2 tie. That way for a little while since Mike Trout singled in the tying run in the 6th inning. Dodgers have used Capuano, Lindblom, and now Ronald Belisario. So Belisario will face Callaspo, Ibar, and Hester, and then the pitcher spot. And then his spot is due to lead off the bottom of the 8th inning. So Belisario does not figure to pitch very long. When the Dodgers bat in the bottom of the 8th, they'll have a hitter for Belisario, then Ethier and Abreu. For Ronald, as he sets sail, 1-0, a good ERA of 1 in his 18th game, 8 walks, 12 strikeouts. And Callaspo coming up, fly to right, walked, grounded to third. 2-2 in the 8th inning. The Angels have won 9 straight on the road, trying for number 10. The Dodgers trying to snap a 4-game losing streak at home and increase their winning streak to 3 and 7 out of 8. Callaspo 0 for 2, hitting .243. Two and 0. Callaspo had not faced Belisario in the past. Ibar on deck, 1 for 2, and Hester 1 for 1 against him. In the Angel bullpen, Jason Isringhausen begins to warm up. 2-1. Ground ball to Gordon. Nice pick. One away. So Cayaspo with a walk goes 0 for 3. And we have one out. Ibar had a bunt single in the second inning. Hit into a force play and doubled to left. So he's 2 for 3. Well, Kennedy is playing him in on the grass. If you remember, if you were with us back in the second inning, he came up and we were saying that he had 8 bunt singles, and yet Herrera played deep as if it were just another hitter. So he bunted for a base hit. No more. That's a running bunt, huh? Just to take a swipe at it. Ibar hitting .226. Last year he hit .279. 3 years ago he hit .312. That's been his biggest year. Eric Ibar out of Bani in the Dominican Republic. 28, 5'10", 170. Full foul. Boy, that was a rocket. 1-2. Ibar is a feisty little guy who has battled his way to playing in the big leagues. A few years ago in a Dominican Winter League, he touched off a bench clearing brawl. He charged the mound with a bat, and then playing against the same Winter League opponent 3 days later, all he did was hit for the cycle and scored the winning run in an 18-inning game that ended at 9 minutes to 3 in the morning. He's a battler. 1-2. And see ya. Yeah, he was badly fooled. So down goes Ibar. 2 out in the 8th inning. And the batter will be John Hester.
John Hester.
A lot of late movement on that. Ibar knew it. So Belisario gets 2 quick outs. Now tries to get the Angel catcher. John Hester singled to center, walked, and fouled out. They let him swing 3-1 in the 6th inning with a runner at second base, and he fouled out. Cole Calhoun comes out on deck, left-hand batter. He would hit for Takahashi. One ball and no strikes. In there, 1-1. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 8th, Belisario's spot followed by Ethier and Abreu. 2-1. The last 9 games, the Dodger bullpen has an earned run average of 1.6. And of inherited runners, they've inherited 12 runners. None of the 12 have scored. Belisario now trying to put Hester away. Ball 3. Interesting outfield setup. Abreu is very deep, straightaway left. From left field all the way to center, wide open. And Gwynn shading him to right center. Still 3-2. Full count to John Hester. Pulled foul. In the setup on Hester, they say John will take the ball the other way, mostly to right center field. So that's exactly how they plan. And just to add to it, what breeze we do have is blowing left to right. 3-2. And he pulls it, wouldn't you know? So 1-2-3 in the 8th, and Belisario sets him down in order, and we head to the bottom of the 8th inning in a 2-2 tie. Of the 8th inning, game a little more than 3 hours old now. Ivan De Jesus, then Andre Ethier, and Bobby Abreu in the bottom of the 8th inning. So that number 2 slot has been occupied originally by Herrera, then Lindblom, then Belisario, and now De Jesus. Ivan, 1 of 6 chips off the old block. His dad's played in the big league, and sons are playing with the Dodgers. De Jesus hitting .280, 3 runs batted in, trying to get on any way he can against Takahashi. Ivan's dad played for the Dodgers back in 1974 when they won the pennant and lost in the World Series to Oakland, and 75 and 76. Good teams that lost to the Reds. Ball 1. The paid attendance, nice crowd for game 1, and we should have 3 good crowds. Tonight, the paid attendance 50,559. Tomorrow night, Jerome Williams and Aaron Harang. Wednesday night, C.J. Wilson and Nathan Eovaldi. Hope you be out here with us. 2-0. And fastball at the knees, 2-1. Hisanori Takahashi. He made 15 pitches to retire the Dodgers in the 7th inning. Fastball grounded by the diving Ibar. So De Jesus comes off the bench, singles to center, and that'll bring up Andre Ethier.
fielder, number 16, Andre Ethier.
Andre Ethier is really struggling, as they all do at one time or another. He has 5 hits in his last 41 at-bats. When you see a really good hitter like Andre Ethier suddenly struggle, you realize just how hard it is to hit Major League pitching. And how in the world, with all of his talent, can he be 5 for 41? The answer is easy. It's the big leagues. How can a guy like Albert Pujols, with all of his great numbers, hit 211 in May, 217 in April? For Ethier, he picked up an RBI. That was a ground ball in the first inning. But his 2 strikeouts really hurt. He struck out with Gordon at third in the 3rd inning and 1 out. And then he struck out with Gordon at second for the 2nd out in the 5th. So either time, if Andre is Andre, the Dodgers pick up the extra run. 1 ball and no strikes. Slow curveball, ball 2. The 2 strikeouts, he went after breaking balls. One was outside and low, and the second one was just plain low. Two and 0. In there, 2-1. When Takahashi got 2 outs in the 7th inning, it was a milestone for him. He needed 2/3 of an inning and picked it up. So combining his professional career as a pitcher in Japan and Major League Baseball, he now is over 1,500 professional innings. Takahashi has a translator who travels with him and the team. 2-1. Well, I tell you one thing, he had DeJesus really fooled. DeJesus was hustling back to the bag on that pitch. Both Pujols and DeJesus grinning about it. He had no idea what Takahashi was going to do. 2-2. That was 81 miles an hour. That, not sure whether that was a screwball or not, but Andre didn't have much of a hack at it. 2-2. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning in a 2-2 tie. Andre Ethier hitting .284 against left-hand pitching. And pulled foul. Foul ball. Close. Bill DeJesus back to first. 2-2 the count. Dodgers 2 runs, 6 hits. Angels 2 runs, 9 hits. Both Angel runs knocked in by their 20-year-old phenom, Mike Trout, with a home run in the 4th and a single to right to drive in Ibar in the 6th. By the way, he is due to bat second in the 9th inning for the Angels. So it's been Garrett Richards, LaTroy Hawkins, and now Hisanori Takahashi. And for the 3rd time tonight, Andre Ethier strikes out. And going after bad balls. So that's really got him talking to himself. It's one thing to strike out, but to be striking out chasing pitches that are way out of the zone, you know he's just flat out pressing. So now the batter is Bobby Abreu. And as we said way back at the start of the game, it's amazing that you had a slumping Ethier who was 5 for 38 on the road trip and no Matt Kemp, and they still won 7 out of 10. Strike to Abreu. Bobby hitting .330. He has a home run and 9 runs batted in. Oh, and 1 to Bobby. Way off the plate, boxed a little bit by Hester. 1 ball and 1 strike. Abreu, you remember, walked in the 1st inning, struck out in the 3rd. And with 2 out and Gordon looking like he was going to steal 3rd, and he ran right into what might very well have been a base hit for Abreu to left field. So Bobby 0 for 2. 1 and 1. Jesus does not know the pitchers. It's obvious how badly fooled he was earlier. He also does not have a stolen base. One and 1. Two, bottom of the 8th. One and 2 the count to Bobby Abreu. Abreu, 3 years with the Angels. 09, 10, and 11, and then a little bit of this year. With the Angels, he had 2 years in a row over 150 games. Last year, 142. Though Abreu goes down, Jerry Hairston will be coming up. And a reminder, you know, voting is underway for the All-Star game in Kansas City this year. You can help send your favorite Dodgers to this year's All-Star game by voting up to 25 times at Dodgers.com. So visit Dodgers.com, cast your ballot now for your 2012 All-Stars. Now let's see, Mike Scioscia is going to make a move with Jerry Hairston 0 for 3 coming up. He's going to lift his left-hander and he'll go to the bullpen. Isringhausen's been down there, and we'll be right back. Tomorrow night, Jerome Williams with a record of 6-3. Aaron Harang 5-3. Game 2 of the 3-game series. Game 2 of the 6 scheduled. And then the concluding game Wednesday night, C.J. Wilson and Nathan Eovaldi. Tomorrow's game will be on KCAL Channel 9 as we follow the Dodgers and the Angels. In the beginning of their rivalry, the Angels beat the Dodgers 4 out of 6 last year. Jason Isringhausen, known to everybody on the ball club as Izzy. Isringhausen, when he first came up, he was originally signed by the Mets, but they signed him in the 44th round out of Lewis and Clark Junior College. Maybe the most interesting thing for Isringhausen, he came up to the Mets in 1995. And his last year with the Mets was 1999. He had a record of 1-3. And then in June of last year, he won 3 games for the Mets. In other words, almost 12 years between victories. One and one. Isringhausen will be 40. He's out of Brighton, Illinois, and lives in Florida near Tampa. One ball and 1 strike. One and 2, and Hairston got that on the foot. A little timeout. And he's not quite ready yet. Not really much he can do about it. You foul a ball off your foot and you just take a walk and hope you can stay in. Of late, we've had, well, for instance, Aaron Harang fouled a ball off his foot, broke a bone. Nancy Patterson checking him out. Aaron empathizing, knows full well as he talks to Dee Gordon that damage that little ball can do. One and 2 the count. You know, talking about the 12 years between wins with the Mets, when he finally did pick up that victory last year for the Mets, all he had to do is think back of that game 12 years before. Every player in that lineup is retired except Isringhausen. I mean, that includes people like Ricky Henderson, Robin Ventura, Mike Piazza, John Franco, Carlos Delgado. There goes DeJesus. Oh, he steals that without a play. So DeJesus picks up his first stolen base. Now all of a sudden the Dodgers have a tiebreaker at second with 2 out, and Hairston trying to pick him up. Loney on deck. Ground ball to Ibar. All right, we're going to the 9th. No runs, a hit, a man left in the 8th. And at the end of 8, the Angels 2 and the Dodgers 2. Tie for the Angels. Meiser as tourist will come off the bench and bat for Isringhausen, but it's Mike Trout who has made the great impression. First the home run that almost hit the facade of the second deck, and then taking a fastball up and away, singling to right to drive in the tying run, Ibar, and make it 2-2. Well, Mike Trout is due to bat second in the ninth inning. Before he comes up, however, Meiser is tourist will lead it off. So his tourist will go up against Kenley Jansen, and then Trout, and then Hunter. Kenley with that 4-0 record and his strikeout to walks a 4-to-1 ratio. Meiser Asturis, a switch hitter, batting .220 left, .250 right. Asturis has had one big problem, and it's a huge one, a physical problem. Since 2005, he's had 9 trips to the disabled list. Oh, and 1. Meiser from Venezuela. His half-brother Cesar, of course, played for the Dodgers. 1 ball and 1 strike. Meiser originally signed by the Indians in 1998. Big bouncer to the hole, and quickly 1 away. So it's Turris 4-3. Now Mike Trout. Trout struck out in the first inning. Hit the ball hard and lined out to Bobby Abreu in the second. Homered deep into the left field stands in the 4th inning. And then got a pitch up and away and just went the other way and singled to right to drive an Ibar and tie up the game. So Mike hitting a cool .354, 6 home runs, 26 runs batted in. He'll be 21 in August. Strike. One ball and 1 strike. Mike Trout plays this game somewhat recklessly, but that's what favors him so well with baseball people. But nothing's going to stop him either running the bases or in pursuit of fly balls. He's already crashed into a couple of walls. 1 and 2. Trout has struck out 34 times, and this is his 40th game. 1 and 2. Two and 2. Mike Trout won the Taylor Spinks, and Taylor Spinks was the longtime publisher of the Sporting News, the 51st annual Spink Award as the Topps Minor League Player of the Year. He won it. That was in 2010. He was 19 years old. The youngest player to win it in over 19 years. 3-2 the count. So a full count to Trout. 1 out in the 9th. Waiting on deck, Torrey Hunter. Now back. 93-mile-an-hour fastball. Down in the Angel bullpen, Ernesto Frieri and Jordan Walden. And where the bullpen has really been struggling for the Angels, the addition of Frieri, who was outstanding with the Padres. Amazing that he left San Diego to come to Anaheim. 3-2. And ball 4. So Trout wins the battle, and for the 3rd time tonight is on base. And remember, he stole 3rd in the 6th inning. The Trout has stolen 14 out of 17, and they have to worry about him now that he's at first base. Torrey Hunter, meanwhile, singled and doubled, 2 for 4. He's had 19 multi-hit games this year. Torrey, 9 home runs, 25 runs batted in. Time. Dodgers now know what other teams feel like when they have Gordon as the base runner. Now you can just see everybody tightening up on the infield with Trout taking the lead. Jansen has had a terrible time trying to control a running game. In his career, the opposition is 12 for 12 in stealing bases. And there goes Trout. The pitch inside. He steals it easily. No contest. So now the opposition 13 for 13. Whatever your weakness is, the major leagues will exploit it. With all of your talent, you know you're going to come up short in some area. And whatever that area is, you had best control it, correct it, or else. So Trout, with 2 stolen bases, has now stolen 15 out of 18 with everything else that he's done. He represents a go-ahead run, and Hunter and Pujols trying to pick him up. Torrey hitting .278. Kennedy at third, kind of looking over at Trout. Remember, he stole third back in the 6th inning. Trout grinning. Second base umpire Rob Drake saying something to him. One ball and 1 strike. Hairston is trying to hold him on. He can't really get close to the bag, but he's kind of in a crouch as if he intends to run to the bag. One ball and 1 strike. And pop foul, out of play. It's amazing how players react. Take a runner in scoring position and less than 2 out, like now. Torrey Hunter is hitting .167. Take a runner in scoring position with 2 out, and he's hitting .429. One and 2. continues to come up empty with less than 2 out. And now the battle, Albert Pujols and Kenley Jansen. Well, certainly in the years when Albert would come here with the Cardinals in this kind of a situation, 2 out, a 2-2 tie and a runner at second base, there wouldn't be a meeting. They would just put him on. But now he has young Mark Trumbo hitting back of him. So they're going to talk to Jansen about what to do with him. Pujols singled, grounded to short, flied to right, and walked. And as far as Kenley Jansen is concerned, Pujols 1 for 2 with a home run. Trumbo 0 for 2. So what will they do? See in a moment. Albert in no hurry to check in. All right, they are going to pitch to him. Albert hitting .257, 9 home runs, 36 runs batted in, and ball 1. The lifetime batting average of Albert Pujols on a 1-ball, no strike count. Are you ready? Lifetime, .388. And you know what the lifetime batting average is on a 2-0 count? .418. Two balls, no strikes. In there. 2-1. Well, you wondered whether Jansen was going to pitch to him or not after going behind 2-0. Now 2-1. Ball 3. You know, when you look at Pujols, you realize he's one of only 5 National Leaguers ever to win the MVP award at least 3 times. Who are the others? Barry Bonds, Mike Schmidt, Roy Campanella, and Stan Musial. 3-1. And that's going to be hit in the air. He hit it at the end of the bat. A base hit and the tie-breaking run brought in by Mike Trout. What a strange flight of the ball. So Pujols on a 3-1 pitch hits a flutter. It looked like a knuckleball leaving home plate. So here's what they did with him. Pitch by pitch. They started out and fall behind 1-0, now 2-0. Then they get a strike. Then they're going to miss for ball 3. And then this thing was a flutter. I mean, it looked like a wiffle ball the way it went out there. The old story, it'll look like a line drive in the box score. So they pitch to him and he gets the base hit. By the way, we were talking about Torrey Hunter with runners in scoring position. With 1 out, he doesn't do much. With 2 out, he's remarkable. Well, Pujols with runners in scoring position and 2 out is now hitting .500. Little foul out of play. So a couple of things are on the line. The Angels trying to win their 10th consecutive game on the road. And the Dodgers in danger of losing 5 straight at home. Dodgers in the 9th have Loney, Ellis, and Gwynn. And then Kennedy. So Albert goes 2 for 4 plus a walk. For Pujols, that was also his 37th run batted in. 0-1 to Trumbo. Again, however, we mentioned it earlier, the weak spot, the Achilles heel, whatever, has been exploited. Jansen cannot hold a runner on. And Mike Trout stole second and was able to score on that flutter ball into left field. 0-2. There goes the runner Pujols. The pitch is outside, the throw is high, and so Pujols steals. And for Kenley Jansen, he is really being proven vulnerable now. Pujols is now 4 for 4 in stolen bases. And for Ellis, his throw is a little high up around the face of Hairston, and by that time Pujols is in. So 2 stolen bases. The league is 14 for 14 now against Jansen. Now he strikes out Trumbo to end the inning. However, the walk and the stolen base to Trout is cashed in, and we're heading to the bottom of the ninth. 3-2 Angels. Because of Mike, the Angels lead 3-2. Trout has also moved from center field to left field. Peter Borges will take over in center. And on the mound, Ernesto Frieri, who was so brilliant with San Diego. He was 1-0, an ERA of 2.7, and moved over to the Angels. And once he arrived, the bullpen shaped up considerably. So Ernesto Frieri, he's the boy who's from Colombia, and he said his grandmother helped him become a major league pitcher because for 4 years, from 12 to 16, he'd get up early in the morning, spend over 2 hours cranking a machine that ground the corn for his grandmother's tamale business. And since she made up to 300 tamales every morning and he ground all the corn, that was a lot of corn, and his right shoulder just getting stronger every day. Well, he was acquired on the 3rd of May, and he's allowed 2 hits in 50 opposition at-bats. So Ernesto Frieri ready to close it up. The Dodgers standing in his way, Loney, Ellis, and Gwynn. And one other thought, the Dodgers pitching to Albert Pujols. In the first 27 games, With runners in scoring position, Pujols had 5 RBIs. 5. In his last 34 games, Albert Pujols has 32 runs batted in. And we're in the bottom of the ninth, 3-2 Angels. One ball and one strike. Loney is popped up, single to right, fly to right. Loney against Frieri is 1 for 3. Fouled away. Frieri is 6'2", about 190. Working on James. He'll be 27 the middle of July from Columbia. One and two. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So the Dodgers led 2-0 in the first inning. The Angels got a run in the 4th, added another in the 6th, and a run in the 9th. And the Dodgers have just stopped since the first inning. Fouled away. Dodgers have had ample opportunities, however. They left a runner at third in the 3rd inning with 1 out. They had a runner at second hit by the batted ball. And they had DeJesus at second in the 8th inning. And then Pujols hit a wiffle ball, fly ball for a single, and Trout scored the go-ahead run. High fly ball, Borges on the dead run with Trout, and it's Trout. Loney a fly ball to left center, 1 away, and the batter will be A.J. Ellis. Frieri, while he was in the National League, and he had over 16 innings pitching for San Diego, the opposition was hitting less than a half a buck against him. 0-4-1. Another thing about Frieri, we always are very conscious about pitchers who can't get a clean swing and a miss. They give up a lot of foul balls, foul back. Well, Frieri with the Angels has gotten swings and misses well over half of the pitchers he has thrown. 2-0. Fouled away. Ellis, by the way, has been to the plate 3 times and has walked all 3. Tony Gwynn on deck. With Frieri, if you're the hitter, you're looking fastball and slider. He has kind of a big looping curveball and a quality changeup. So for the 4th time tonight, A.J. Ellis draws a walk. So Ellis with 4 walks all by himself. Dodgers received 6 walks in the game. Dodgers getting ready with Rivera on deck, and Rivera will be coming up to hit for Gwynn.
Pitching for the Dodgers, number 21, Juan Rivera.
Now with Rivera, you have a lot of things to think about, and certainly one of them is the fact that he has had a bad leg and he is grounded into 5 double plays. He does have 2 home runs, 15 runs batted in. And of course, the Angels certainly should know him well, having spent about 6 years with the Angels. So Juan Rivera batting for Gwynn with Adam Kennedy on deck. Tying run A.J. Ellis at first base. Ellis, by the way, does not have, nor has he been involved in a stolen base. A broken bat and a foul ball. So Rivera will have to get another one. 0-1 the count. Rivera was with the Angels after leaving the Expos. And he joined the Angels in 05 and 06. And then he was still with them 7, 8, 9, and 10 before going on to the Blue Jays and then the Dodgers. Juan from Venezuela. One of Rivera's home runs, you may remember, was hit up in the Loge level in left field. Would make him the 20th member of the Dodger Stadium Loge level home run club. And popped up. It'll be I-bar. So Rivera pops it up, and that will leave it up to the former Angel, Adam Kennedy. Kennedy had one at bat, came in a double switch, and flied to left field in the 7th inning. So the Angels are an out away from winning their 10th in a row on the road. The Dodgers are an out away from losing their 5th in a row at home. And standing in the way is Juan Uribe, who will bat for Adam Kennedy. So for Uribe, who's been on the DL, it really is a roll of the dice. Activated from the DL, hasn't played since the 13th of May, and here he is. So you have A.J. Ellis at first, 2 out, 9th inning, 3-2 Angels. And a strike, 0-1. Uribe has been in 25 games this year. He has 1 home run, 10 runs batted in. Big slider in the dirt. Hester had trouble with that, and then even after he blocked it, he wasn't quite sure. But this late, 2 out, there was no way that Ellis would gamble. Pushes it away, lost it for a moment, but Ellis is holding on at first base. 1-1. Fastball for a strike, 1-2. Another thing about Frieri, he was 1-0 in the National League, but he had allowed 2 home runs. He has not allowed one with the Angels. 1-2. And it hit him, I believe. Yep. So Uribe hit by a pitch, and the Dodgers now have the tying run at second base. Just sailed in, nailed him on the padded elbow. That was the elbow that was hit opening day here a year ago, Tim Lincecum, and it seems like every time Uribe's been hit, it's always on that protective padding. So now the batter is the very troublesome D. Gordon. Gordon has walked, singled, and doubled, and scored a run. Dodgers, by the way, have had ample opportunity tonight. With runners in scoring position, the Dodgers are 1 for 10. For Frieri, who would be the third hit batter. So Gordon trying to get Ellis home. 3-2 Angels, 2 out in the ninth. Fouled away. 0-1. Gordon 0 for 2 in the past against Frieri. Struck out each time. No balls, 1 strike. 0-2. So the Dodgers and Don Mattingly down to their last strike. Foul back. Dodgers have burned up just about everybody, so the only person left is the one person you would expect to be kept in reserve. That's the backup catcher, and Matt Trainer is on deck. 0-2. Fouled away. The Angels 3 runs, 10 hits, 2 errors. They made both of them in the first inning to help give the Dodgers 2 runs. 1 error by Mike Trout and the other by the pitcher, Garrett Richards. But Trout has certainly put on a show, and then Pujols got that fluttering fly ball single. And Gordon, meanwhile, a fly ball. And Mike Trout fittingly is at the other end of it. And down go the Dodgers. So 2 streaks now are building. Number 1, the Angels have won 10 in a row on the road. 3 runs, 10 hits, and 2 errors. For the Dodgers, they've now lost 5 straight at home. 2 runs, 6 hits, and no errors. We had 1 home run tonight, hit by Mike Trout. A total of $14,000 raised in our game for prostate cancer research. To make a donation, you can call 800-798-CURE or go online to www.pcf.org. One last note, Frieri made 22 pitches to put the Dodgers away. We'll see you tomorrow night. Until then, we wish you all a very pleasant good evening.